Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones. Now let's begin. Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go, run, I'll hold him off. James Potter screamed. Voldemort laughed. In a duel, Potter may have lasted a few moments, but without a wand he may very well be an ant trying to stop a river. Avada Kedavra. The green light flashed through the cramped hallway, bathing the surrounding room in a greenish glow. It passed by the many bare walls that overlooked the home to strike James Potter, who fell like a marionette with its strings cut. The sound of footsteps echoed into the room, the creak of wood groaning of death as Lord Voldemort entered. Red eyes glistened as he scanned the room, sweeping over children's toys before arriving at a crib laying on the side of the room. Unprotected, an easy target. Not Harry, not Harry, please not Harry. Lily pleaded. Voldemort almost laughed. Spare the boy. If not for him he would not have come. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside, now, he said, walking forward. He glided more than he walked, long robes dragging against the woolen rugs that furnished the nursery. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. Lily begged, throwing herself over the crib as if to shield her son. Foolish woman, wishing to trade her life to extend her son's a few seconds more. This is my last warning, he said, raising his wand. Lily Potter backed away, tears streaming out of her green eyes as she covered the top with the crib with her hands. Her red hair was a mess, half of it swung over her eyes. No, please, you can spare me, spare him too. He will serve you, we all will, please. Voldemort did not bother shaking his head. If the foolish woman thought he would trust her, she was a greater fool than he imagined. The child beside her stood while clutching the bars of his crib, looking up at him. He was childlike in all the ways that could be expected by a child. His green eyes were not powerful, or ringed with the wisdom of an elder wizard. But what was he expecting? He was but a child too at the same age. Voldemort felt a smile on his lips. So this would be the one with the power to defeat him. Perhaps he should not have been worried at all. In the future, perhaps, but when he looked now he saw a child, and nothing more. He pointed the wand with utter precision at the child's face. The child began to cry. Avada Kedavra. The green light flew towards the child, sure to strike his face. But it didn't. It twisted in the air, heading for the necklace that guarded his neck like a shield. Voldemort frowned, an attractor charm. He twisted his wand, and the light righted itself, heading for the boy's face. But just as it grazed his head the light jerked as if being pulled, and it was all Voldemort could do to prevent his wand from dropping. He studied the charm. His spell had fled into it, and cracks formed on the surface of its gems. The talisman was bright ruby, almost more suited for a girl on her wedding day. It shattered, and a scream sounded. Voldemort shivered as what appeared like a ghost emerged, glowing with the white aura of a banshee. The air was warm, but that scream chilled him nonetheless. It was like the day he had first made his Horcrux. The scream, its sound. Almost like the scream of a soul being split, he realized. Voldemort backed away, raising his wand as the translucent figure leapt at his head. Voldemort stumbled with a blood-curdling scream, light flooding his eyes. Out came a voice. Avada. No, said the voice. Pain assaulted his senses again as his spell was interrupted. Avada K. I said no. Another brutal wave of pain struck him as he gasped for air. A green fizzle of light fizzled from his wand, hitting the wall and vanishing like a spark of an incomplete fire. Lily ran towards the child's crib, grabbing him into her arms. Voldemort raised his wand. No, he could not let her flee. The child would be the death of him if he got away. Avid. Voldemort choked as his head began spinning, almost as if someone had struck him with a hammer. This time, nothing happened. You will not have them this time, you will not. This time, was there another? Voldemort shook his head. This is impossible. Lily Potter sprinted towards the open door, his target in her arms. Voldemort stared, red eyes burning as she fled, slamming the door behind her. He turned to the spirit that had interrupted him, the cursed thing. Part of it was still surrounding the boy. The thing was wrapped around his head, waving itself in a mocking salute as Voldemort howled. Cruci. Another wretched scream left the cloaked man's mouth. What felt like a laugh entered his mind. Taunting him. "Imper," he croaked. He dropped his wand. A groan left his mouth. As his knees gave away from beneath him, Lord Voldemort's head hit the floor. He gritted his teeth, trying to raise his hand to crawl away, only to find that he could not. Would he? No. He was Lord Voldemort, the greatest Dark Lord of his age. He would not die like this. Pain was all he could feel, as if 100 fists were pounding into his stomach. He shifted in his robes to find that his legs could not move, pinned to the ground by some invisible wool hard as chains of iron. He growled, trying to disappear, trying to get away. His limbs began dissipating, turning into smoke as he fought for control against whatever creature the necklace had summoned. He could feel his body heating, as if a fire had begun in his chest. Then he was gone, faded away into the night air. Chapter 1. 2 years later, Lily looked at the bag full of children's books that she had bought. A bright smile, like the soft light of a sunny day, shone on her face like a beacon. She had finally found something that would occupy Harry, something that would prevent him from staring at the ceiling all day. It was better than the screaming James and Sirius were used to in their youth, if only by a little. Still, it couldn't be healthy doing nothing all day like that. And thus she took action and bought him some children's books. Those bright moving pictures would share some of their light with Harry, or she hoped at least. Her son was so silent it was impossible for her not to get worried. Those eyes of his, when she looked at him. She knew her colors, and that Harry's eyes were green, but the darkness. Sometimes when he gave him a passing glance she could see a void in there. The shadowy emptiness that showed a boy, no man, far older. He would laugh sometimes, seeing something that wasn't there. Other times he would scream. It was almost as if his soul was gone, sucked out by a dementor in a final kiss. She shivered, despite herself, crossing her arms. No, a mother's foolish fears would not be good for her, for Harry. She would need to control herself. There was no way something could happen to him. There was nobody there to kill him. Who would want to harm a child in his second year of life? There was him, but he was dead, Dumbledore said. But Dumbledore could be wrong, a small part of her warned. Lily shook her head. No, she was being paranoid. Harry was learning to laugh and scream, just like an ordinary child. Even if he was anything but ordinary. She opened the door, waving the books. "Harry, look what Mommy got you," she shouted. "Harry." Then she saw the burn marks. Lily's heart leapt in her chest as she raised her wand, the books falling on the ground with a thump. The house burned, or was burning, before a flood had put it out. Water was everywhere, coating the walls and carpet. Household appliances laid strewn over the wooden floor, forks, spoons, and knives alike. It was as if a robber had broken inside. A robber, or a Death Eater, Lily realized. "Harry," she screamed, almost slipping as she ran towards his room. She grabbed the doorknob, and jerked. The room was empty. There was nobody there, and the lights were off. Her heart sinking, Lily ran to her rooms, to the living room, to the kitchen, and saw that nobody was there. Her face was red as her hair, which fell down her shoulders in a disheveled state of disarray. It was then that she finally found him, staring blankly at the ceiling atop a chair. He sat by the dining table, or at least what used to be the dining table. The wood had cracked and fallen away, and the ash-covered ground was soaked in water. Harry's chair lay in the puddle, his hair and clothes damp as the house he lived in. Lily rushed to him, throwing her arms around Harry as she sobbed. "Oh Harry, my goodness. You're okay, you're okay. Mommy's here," she cried, unsure if she was comforting him or herself. Harry snapped to life, his green eyes staring up at her. "Mommy, I think I burned the house down," he said, his voice quivering like only a child's could. "Oh Harry, it's fine, it's all fine. As long as you're safe. As long as you are okay," Lily breathed, taking a few breaths to calm herself. "Harry, what happened?" His head lowered in a deep bow. "Mommy, I'm sorry. She listened, blinking furiously to dry her tears. Chapter 2. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry tried, pointing at a book. For what felt like the 100th time, nothing happened. Maybe not the 100th time, but close enough. "Why isn't it working?" he asked mentally. "You don't have a wand," Don't expect too much. The voice answered. Harry shook his head. It was helpful, this voice of his. It could teach him everything from Muggle science to magic spells. But wandless magic, he didn't have a clue. Yes, it was a he, or at least that was what Harry was told. His name was Magnus, he claimed. He was with him for as long as Harry could remember. Since that day, Harry shivered, remembering a snake-like face staring at him with a silent scream on those twisted lips. A wand pointed at him with a spell that could have taken his life. Should have, if not for the charm that protected him. A charm none of them understood, and the soul nobody else knew about. Don't be frustrated, Harry. From what I understand, most powerful wizards struggle with wandless magic. You are new to this, expect a few more failures. Harry shook his head. More failures. Has he not failed enough already? What felt like a laugh entered his mind. That old, familiar laugh Harry had learned to hate. Whenever he failed it came, and he wished it to go more than anything else. With a grunt, he tried again. Fly, he commanded, staring at the book as if his voice would scare off the table. Harry, Magnus asked. Fly, you stupid book. I said fly, he screamed, pounding his fist on the table. The book burst into flames. He heard what sounded like a groan. What did I tell you, Harry? He yelped, snatching at a cup of water. He missed, and it fell to the floor instead. Harry, calm down. You need to be. No, stop. Harry yelled at the flames. Go away. No, Harry, don't. You need to calm down. Watch out. Harry felt a tug on his legs and jumped as the table burst into flames. He heard a sigh from Magnus. If he had a body, he would be covering his face with his hands. Harry gritted his teeth. How do I fix this? Water. How do I summon water? He asked. I think that there is a way to conjure water, say Aguamendi, and you can form it at the tip of your wand. But you don't have a wand, so I would say it's safer to Harry no. But he had already started, waving his hands like a lost child at the supermarket after seeing his mother. Aguamendi, Aguamendi, come on, Aguamendi, Harry shouted, his arms flapping like a flag in the wind. Now, be careful, Harry. Look, it's only a small fire. Everything is fine. You can leave and call firefighters. Or wait for your mother to come home. There is no need for this. You will probably cause more problems than you can. Harry, will you please listen? Harry's mouth dropped open as the entire house blazed to life, with fire. Give me control, Magnus said, his voice growing quiet. That was never good. Magnus was never quiet, unless he was about to die, Harry realized. He felt Magnus' thoughts, the movements he wanted him to make. His hand raised, and with a confidence that was not his own, Harry spoke. Aguamendi. Nothing happened. Aguamendi, Harry said again, the flames unable to melt his icy calm. No, not his. The calm belonged to Magnus. A bead of water formed at the tip of his hand. Harry could feel it in that moment, what felt like a ball of ice in his stomach, melting away as he grasped at it. The feeling grew stronger, and Harry seized the magic within him. Aguamendi, he screamed. The small bead of water turned into a flood, and the flames hissed as a river washed over them. Harry could hear crashing sounds, plates and silverware breaking on the wooden floor below. The house was a mess, but he had lived. He sat, staring above at the ceiling. Magnus, what do we do now? Then he heard the creak of a door opening. Chapter 3. Oh Harry, it's fine. Mommy doesn't blame you, I really don't. Here, I found a picture book for you. It was your first time using magic, how could you know? Lily asked, stroking his hair. The house had been fixed by now, though that could not be said for Lily Potter's mind. Trying to use magic without a wand, at such an age too. Should she be proud, scared, angry? All three. Mommy, I want to use magic, can you teach me? Harry asked. Lily stared, unsure how to respond. From other children, it may have raised no suspicion. Harry's face was the very image of childish innocence, much like theirs. But what was it with his eyes? She could see something else. Behind them, like a snake swimming just below the surface of a pond. Watching, waiting, hungry. Almost as if he wanted the power to control, to devour. Lily shivered again, like she always did when she saw those eyes. Did they really belong to her son? She dismissed herself. That was stupid. Harry was not a normal child, but a child nonetheless. Harry, you need a wand to use magic properly. You can't get a wand until you are 11. I'm sure you can wait until then. Lily said. But could he wait? Her little Harry, who could already burn a building and summon a river. How much damage would he cause before he was granted the control of a wand? Lily bit her lip as she realized she didn't know. Dare she wait? Doing so risked something more, something worse. Far worse. Can I try practicing with your wand, Mommy? Harry asked. Lily's mouth compressed into a line. Her wand. Harry. Most children wouldn't be able to use it properly, but, as her eyes surveyed the room around her, she had second thoughts. It was free of water and broken furniture, but the burn marks remained. No, most wizards would not be so strong in magical power even at an older age, but Harry was different. She knew of no wizard to show such power at such a young age, perhaps Dumbledore, no. Even Dumbledore was not so strong. If he were to gain power as he aged, then maybe he could challenge him. Perhaps, but only if Harry was to start training now. Lily thought about it more than she should have. How strong would Riddle have been? Dumbledore, Grindelwald, they were years ahead of their peers, the greatest of their generation, among the greatest of the age. They began at 11 years old, with strength that Harry could match now in his second year of life. 9 years ahead, 9 years. Lily could scarcely imagine what it would be like. But the risks, she reminded herself. If Harry had not been so powerful to summon half a river, what would have happened? Would he have? The thought of it chilled her bones. Yet, to face the one who killed his father, he needed to be strong. His destiny demanded that, but what would all the training in the world be with if it killed him? No, she needed advice, and couldn't trust anyone, even herself. Well, perhaps that was not entirely true. Harry, Mommy will visit Mr. Dumbledore sometime tomorrow. If he agrees, I will teach you, okay? Lily asked. Okay, Harry said, bobbing his head. Lily laughed silently as she looked at him. His eyes were big and innocent, young as only children could be. How could she have thought of him as anything other than a child? She was growing foolish. If she could not even trust her own son, who could she? Chapter 4. Remember, Harry, I will not tell you again. Dumbledore is not a simple man. A mere gaze will be enough for him to read you. Do not meet his eyes, and do not take interest. If possible, find a book to read. If not, I cannot provide one. I cannot risk being discovered by the old man, for it would surely mean my removal from your mind. Do you understand, Harry? I do, he said, but not to him. If you behave, Mommy will show you those chocolate frogs Mr. Dumbledore keeps with him, okay? Okay, Harry said. Magnus left his mind. It was eerie, how empty he felt without him. It was as if a part of him had left, the rational, calm part that he had thought belonged to himself. Harry's hand fumbled for his scar, unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong. Even walking was harder, his feet becoming clumsy in his teacher's absence. It was as if the shadows that were behind him had leapt to life, and a step even a second slower would end his life. But that was stupid, was it? He felt like a child in a dark room without Magnus, and maybe he was. He found himself holding his mother's hand like a branch above a fall that would be his death. His mother squeezed his fingers. It will be okay, Harry, I promise. Mr. Dumbledore is a nice man. Harry offered a nod, his other hand not leaving his scar. The stone creaked as they walked, and the gargoyles stared as they passed, their eyes digging into Harry's back. Harry shivered despite himself, and not because of the cold. Dumbledore, she said, and the gargoyle stepped aside. Harry flinched as he saw the stony thing, twisted in a gruesome grin that almost screamed death. It followed orders, which did not help Harry's imagination in the least. They were bound to the castle, to serve, but what if they were not? Those eyes were not human, but not animal either. They were intelligent, those stony eyes. As he walked in, Harry could not help gasping. He knew what it looked like, Magnus had described it. But it was shocking nonetheless. The headmaster's office was unlike anything he had ever seen. Silver trinkets lined a table, making music Harry had never heard. A small cage kept a bird. glowing with fire that only a phoenix could have. Warm and bright, like the sun itself. Beyond the desk several paintings loomed over Harry on the walls, the eyes of past wizards staring down at him with unmistakable interest. But it was Dumbledore's gaze that drew his interest, those twinkling eyes that almost seemed to read his mind. Harry jerked his gaze away, focusing on the many silver trinkets on the desk. "Hello, Albus. It's been a while," Lily said, finding herself a seat. "Indeed. A full year since our last meeting, if my mind is not slipping." "What brings you here?" Dumbledore asked. Harry couldn't help looking up. His voice was bright, almost like the voice of a young man, and gentle as the autumn breeze. He looked old with his silvery hair, but his voice was anything but old. "Albus, meet my son, little Harry," Lily said, wrapping her arm around Harry's shoulder. "Hi," Harry said, his eyes rising. He met his gaze, he couldn't resist. Those twinkling blue eyes seemed so caring. As if they could read what was wrong with a person with a glance and fix it without a second look. These were rare eyes, found maybe once or twice in a person's life. Always shining with serene care that would give hope to a man half dead. Dumbledore looked at him, and a small smile spread over his face. "Hello there, Harry. Would you like some sweets?" He pulled out a chocolate frog. From his desk, Harry's eyes lit up, and he snatched it up and began eating, earning a frown from Lily. "Manners, Harry," she chided. Dumbledore chuckled. "He is just a child, Lily, no need." His eyes rested on Harry's head. "Now, don't eat it all. There is a card in there." Harry made what he thought sounded like a squeal of delight as he picked it out of his teeth, fingering the text. His eyes swung to the card, and then Dumbledore. "Mommy, is this Mr. Dumbledore?" he asked. Lily gave an approving smile. "Yes, Harry. Be quiet and read your new card, okay? Mommy will talk to Mr. Dumbledore." Harry shifted in his seat as Dumbledore's eyes rested on his hair. "He can read it too?" he asked, sounding impressed. Lily's chest puffed up. "My little Harry learns fast," she said, her smile widening. "I see," Dumbledore said. Harry shifted again. Did he suspect him? If he didn't, why did it feel like he was being interrogated? Those eyes almost dug into his mind, as if it were flipping through a book. Legilimency at work. If it was, Harry couldn't tell. Lily took a breath. "I came because I need your advice, Albus. Harry has shown aptitude for magic and willingness to learn. I returned to my house yesterday to find it flooded. Harry had burned it down by accident, and then summoned half a river to put it out. He is talented, and powerful. If I do not teach him, I am unsure what will happen," she said. Those twinkling eyes narrowed. "Harry, do you remember that day?" His voice was soft now, resonant. As he heard it, Harry felt a lull, almost feeling sleepy. He yawned, and an image flashed to mind. Him standing in the middle of a burning house, his yelps and screams as he tried to conjure water. No. Harry shook himself awake, feeling horrified. He grabbed onto Lily's robes, hiding his face. "Harry, what?" Lily's voice trailed off. Then the screams came. Chapter 5. Lily huffed in front of Harry's door, arms crossed over her chest. The old man had tried reading Harry, a child, in front of her, and he hadn't even asked. Oh, poor little Harry. She could almost see him crying, trembling in her embrace as he screamed. "Mommy, help, it's the fire, Mommy," Harry cried, eyes clouded. Dumbledore watched, his serene expression interrupted by shock. Lily gasped, holding on to Harry as if afraid he might be taken. She stared at Dumbledore with her eyes burning, a growl rising in her throat. Her breaths did little to calm her. A 2-year-old child. How could he possibly be a match for Dumbledore, who most called the greatest living wizard? Oh, how she despised the old man for what he did. If he wanted to know, why not ask? "I suspected that your son was speaking to another man, who helped him attempt to cast a spell. From his memories I saw a wizard teaching him, allowing him to cast spells he should not have known the name of. Wingardium Levicida, Aguamenti, no child should have learned these. Much less cast it without the help of a wand." Lily's anger boiled in her throat. Another wizard, a spell, ridiculous. Snape would kiss James's corpse before a child of 2 learned to cast a spell students struggled with in their 6th year. That was with a wand, What could Harry hope to do without one? Had she not known Dumbledore for years, she may have suspected that it was a joke, but his voice was serious. My suspicions were confirmed when I read him. Your son knows a man he called Mag. I cannot be sure what else. I suspect that he has been possessed by some dark spell. If you would allow me to examine him. Lily shook her head. No, she had asked. Harry knew no wizard by the name of Mag. Neither did she. There was no wizard named Mag in all of Godric's Hollow. Why would Harry lie? Was she so bad a mother Harry would trust a stranger more than her? No, impossible. Dumbledore was being foolish. If it was a wizard, the Ministry would know, and besides, what fool would try to teach such a spell before allowing Harry to master the basics? Without a wand, how many wizards could accomplish such a thing? Could Dumbledore himself? Preposterous. You cannot ignore this, Lily. Have you not seen your son staring blankly into the distance, laughing or screaming at something that was never there? Have you heard him speaking to himself late at night, muttering names? No child does these things, Lily. Harry may be. My son is not insane. He's just an erratic child. Just a child. Lily screamed. Mommy. Harry's voice came from the room. Are you okay? Lily took another breath. No, she was scaring Harry. Mommy is fine, Harry. She said. She wouldn't think about it, she would not. Dumbledore meant well, she was not blind to that. He was just growing paranoid, seeing ghosts in every shadow now that Voldemort was dead. Sometimes Lily wasn't sure if Dumbledore believed it. The way he acted, it was almost as if he were waiting, preparing for a dead man to return from the grave. She opened the door. Harry, Mommy has some books for you. Here, Mommy will teach you some magic, she said, painting a smile on her face. Yay, Harry cheered, waving his hands as if he had won the lottery. Lily felt some of her stress vanishing. Her smile was not forced this time. Chapter 6. Harry was a little disappointed in magic, but maybe because it was easy to learn. Hearing about and witnessing magic was always a novel experience, knowing people could bend the laws of reality Magnus had taught him. Well, taught may be too weak of a word. How is it possible to describe the feeling of thoughts and memories entering a person's head, along with understanding? It was something else. Being ignorant of math before learning multiplication in a single hour, and then most of grade school in a few days. To be unknowing of concepts that should have taken years. To learn and then know them in a few passing moments. He learned of magic in a similar way, being told exactly what to do with every movement being shown in complete accuracy. Whenever a movement was shown or a concept taught, it was so simple to Harry that it felt as if he could have done it any time, even though he knew that it would have been impossible a second ago. In more ways than one, Magnus was a better teacher than Lily. Being able to show Harry exactly which words to utter and which movements to make. Sometimes it was as if they were one person, but Harry knew better. Lily taught him from Hogwarts books at the beginning. But as they both discovered, it was pointless. Whenever Lily explained a simple concept, Harry would ask for more elaboration, and whenever he saw her perform a spell he would try it himself. It dissolved into chaos, with Harry learning things with ease that would cause wizards in their final year to bite their nails. Meanwhile, he struggled with basic spells and ideas that a first year would understand with ease. It was difficult to explain, but to Harry learning magic was no more difficult than learning another language. An interesting language, sure, but just another language nonetheless. To wizards it was the only language, natural to them as breathing. To Harry it was a second, but one he knew well. Many elements of it bored him, while more surprised him. At its core, magic was a set of laws similar to the Muggle laws of physics, it was just that only wizards can interact with them. But then, most wizards would be equally mystified when Muggles utilized what most of them would call Muggle magic. All wizards have inherent magic to a different degree, a connection to the greater magical forces of reality. For some, it was weak, like a single string of silk that tied a spider to a tree. For others, it was a chain of iron that could bind a warship to a dock. For Harry, it was as if he was the force of magic itself, able to bend the world to his will. Magic, as he found out, was not the spells or wands, but rather the power and focus. With power anyone could influence the world, just not in the way they intend most of the time. Just as the ability to light a fire. Magic would be useful in some instances, but the results of performing magic could be catastrophic when misused. Focus was key. It was the words that made the spells and the power of the wands. The ability to channel magic to a wizard's wishes instead of dumping it into the air aimlessly. It was the reason why the words of a spell seemed so foreign yet familiar. They were meant to invoke a thought, an instruction for the magic to follow, and the results were consistent. Understanding magic at the rate he was, Harry did not take long to learn. The year passed by quicker than Harry could have thought possible, each day filled with books, charms, and other spells. Whenever Lily was not home he would read, and whenever she was he would practice. By the end of it, he could use most spells with ease. Spells that would have stumped students late into their school years. But then, there was that one charm that troubled him the most. Chapter 7. Expecto Patronum. Harry tried, waving his mother's wand. He gritted his teeth. There were too many memories he had made his attempts with, but none of them were enough. He had tried eating chocolate frogs, getting away from Dumbledore, surviving Voldemort, and hugging his mother. Whatever he did, it failed, the happiness from his memories almost never strong enough to produce more than a wisp. Don't be too hard on yourself, Harry. Maybe you don't have a strong enough happy memory yet. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You're already doing much better than most wizards who finished Hogwarts OWL courses. Lily said. Harry racked his brain for memories. There was his time with Magnus, watching movies and reading books, no, not enough. There was his mother, giving him endless hugs and kisses as he worked his way through spell after spell. A beaming smile on her face. There was seeing her after the fire, throwing her arms around him as they both sobbed. No, none of them were strong enough, none of them produced more than a wisp. Harry shook his head. Of all the charms he had to fail on, it would have to be this one. But, the memory of his mother hugging him, right after the fire. Was it not strong enough? Let me try. Harry froze. Let me try using a few memories at the same time. With a steady hand he grasped his wand, and several memories flooded his mind. So many words, so many voices, and scenes at once. He felt overwhelmed, as if someone had broken a dam after dropping him into a river, waiting for him to be swept away. Harry was standing in front of an older man, drinking tea with a pleasant smile. I love you, son, he said. He was lying on a soft couch, hearing a woman sing as he bandaged his wounds. You're always too hard on yourself, you know. Take a break sometime, for me, she asked. He was hugging his sister, a pretty young woman with tears in her eyes. We can get through this, I promise. I'm here now, you're safe. He promised. He was talking with a young man and a woman, sharing a meal beneath a tall tree. I can't describe how thankful I am, we are. If you ever need anything, be sure to come to us. We could never thank you enough, he said. The memories were not his own, nor had he ever seen them. But in it all he could feel joy, a unique, glowing joy of being freed. Almost as if he was being carried into the sky, with his worries left on the earth behind him. He felt a new strength rising in his chest, the strength of hope unbroken. Expecto Patronum, Magnus said. Silvery light filled the room, magical energy pulsing as a cloud expanded, glowing with joy and hope. Lily gasped, backing away as it swept over her. It was almost as if the cloud was happiness itself, infinite and all-encompassing. It churned like a storm came to life, and inside Harry thought he could hear the roar of thunder. Then it was gone, although its power still lingered in the air like a vivid memory. Lily's mouth was wide open, and her green eyes larger than Harry remembered. I think that I have taught you all I can, Harry. He almost didn't hear, staring at where the cloud was created with a mystified look. Did I just do that? Did I? Then he fell silent, and Harry thought he could hear the sounds of sobbing. I think I may have to introduce you to another teacher. We'll visit Mr. Black tomorrow, okay Harry? He's your godfather, you've seen him a few times. Harry nodded absently, his eyes not moving from where the cloud had disappeared. Chapter 8. Be on your best behavior, Harry. This is Sirius, your godfather. He's a very good wizard, and the best I can think of to teach you magical combat. His house is very big, so don't go wandering around or causing trouble, okay? Lily asked. Okay, I won't, Harry promised, staring at the house, if it could be called that. 12 Grimald Place was a mansion in its own right, dwarfing the Potter's home by several times. It looked imposing enough on the outside, and Harry could hardly wait to get in. Magnus. Stories O.F. The house seemed spun from the threads of stories, and it didn't disappoint. Already he could see the massive doors that led inside, almost as if daring them to enter. Sirius. Lily called, knocking on the door. Sirius. They waited, but no answer came. Lily sighed. Creature. Harry's eyes widened as the door opened and the head of an elf appeared. It looked wrong. Face human but not human, skin so wrinkled it seemed like paper. It was short, almost Harry's height, and its arms were so stubby and small they reminded him of tree branches. He knew what they looked like, of course, but this was his first look. Mistress Potter. Creature squeaked, his face brightening. Oh, Mistress has finally visited Creature. Come in, Mistress. Lily offered the elf a smile. Hello, Creature, it's good to see you too. Do you know where Sirius is? I'm looking for him now. Creature flinched. Mistress, would you like some soup? Show the young master to explore the old nursery. Creature can clean, Creature can help him. Lily's lips compressed into a line. Did something happen to Sirius? She asked. Creature lowered his head. Master Sirius did not wish to be disturbed. He said, Can you tell me where he is, Creature? Lily asked. Creature looked at the floor. He is in his sleeping chamber, Mistress. Please, do not go. Master is unwell. Creature froze, and began slapping himself, squealing, Bad Creature, bad Creature. Master said not to tell. His blood began splattering on the steps on the stairs. Stop, Lily gasped, hurrying forward. Farilla, she said, pointing her wand at his face. The wound's mended. Thank you, Mistress. Creature will stop. He said, his hand lowering. Don't do that again, she said, pointing her wand to the ground. Scorify. The blood vanished. Lily felt Harry tug on her arm. It's fine, Harry. Sirius is just not himself sometimes. Here, Creature can show you the nursery. Go play there, okay? I'll go talk with Sirius. And find out what's wrong with him, she added silently. Creature almost jumped, running forward to grab Harry. Yes, yes. Follow me, young master. Creature will show you the nursery, all of the old master's toys. Yes, Creature can show the young master what to play with. Lily chuckled, handing her wand to Harry. Wait for me, okay? Mommy will see you soon. She promised. Taking a breath, she walked into the Black family home. It had been 2 years since she had last visited. She still remembered Sirius, smiling as they showed him Harry. He and James had looked almost older on that day, but she knew better. A front they showed her, if she were to guess. And they would be back in trouble the moment she turned around. It didn't matter how much time had passed, they were still the same foolish boys she met at Hogwarts. A small smile crept to her lips. They were inseparable, him and James. If he grew to be like that with Harry too. Lily shook her head. No, one young boy would be enough for her to deal with. She would not look after two, she would not. If only James was here. James would. Lily's smile faded. How long was it since she last saw him? 2 years. It seemed like 2 lifetimes. It was as if a part of her she had known since childhood had just disappeared, and not even a trace of it remained. Sometimes she expected him to apparate right as she was playing with Harry, foolish grin on his face as always. He would explain that it was a long, elaborate joke, and he would laugh as Lily scolded his stupidity for the next year. But of course she knew that was impossible. He was dead. Killed by Voldemort's hand, and if she wasn't careful some Death Eater would find his son for revenge. That was why she was here, she reminded herself. Harry needed a better teacher. She walked through the hall, ignoring the cries of mudblood and filth from the painting of Walburga Black that rained down on her head. She moved past the silken carpets and polished marble until she finally found an ornate door of oaken wood. Sirius' room. Inside, she could hear violent crashes, shattering of glass, and was that sobbing? A frown came onto Lily's lips. She grabbed the doorknob and jerked, poking her head inside. A bottle struck her head, and she stumbled back, grasping her face as she heard him roar. You're late, stupid elf. I said 2 minutes. Lily stumbled inside, wishing she had bought her wand. Sirius, it's me, she said, rubbing her swollen eye. Her breath caught in her throat. Sirius, oh Sirius, what happened? Chapter 9. Sirius Black was not as she had remembered. Where the young Sirius stood strong and sturdy, the new one slumped. His face gaunt and cheeks hollow. His hair fell over his shoulders in an unkempt mass, having gone for far too long without cutting. His clothes seemed like they had not been changed for a month, and were stained with wine. Sirius' bed was as red as the shirt he slept in, and if Lily did not know better she may have suspected a murder and screamed. But it was his eyes that pained her the most. Where the old Sirius had eyes bright with life and mischief, the new one had ones that seemed dead. There were shadows beneath them, the sign of too many sleepless nights. They seemed cloudy and lost, almost like a dog tossed onto the street. He stank too. Lily could not tell when the room was last cleaned. It was probably too long ago for time to make any difference. Old clothes yet to be washed, somehow dirtier than the one Sirius wore, laid strewn across the floor, which was littered with the scraps of everything from chocolate frogs to Muggle spices. The stench was overwhelming, reeking with rot that would have made a mouse turn tail. Lily, Sirius asked, near falling off his bed. The hands that were reaching for a bottle of wine froze in the middle of the air, and he scrambled for a clean cloth, but found none. Lily forgot about the bruise that was appearing on her eyes. Sirius, I came with Harry. I wanted to introduce him to you. Her eyes scanned the room. Are you okay? She bit her lip as she said it. Of course he wasn't. His eyes lit up for a moment. Harry, they dimmed. His face twisted into one of rage. Get out. Get out. Go away. Come back some time later. He roared, throwing another bottle. This one crashed into her hip before, shattering on the floor, and Lily flinched as it struck. It may have caused another bruise. Sirius, please, tell me. What is happening? You're a mess, Sirius. What would James say? She asked. James, Sirius said, and his strength faded all at once. He fell onto his bed, his muscles no longer working. He opened his mouth to speak, but could only groan. Lily rushed forward to take a seat beside him. James would say I deserved it, and be right. I killed him. I almost killed all of you. I left young Harry without his father. I murdered him. Me, his own godfather. I was a fool. He snarled like an animal. Sirius, Lily consoled, putting her arm on his shoulder. It was Peter who killed him, not you. I never suspected him. None of us did. We could not have known. It was a good tactic, a reasonable risk. But it failed, Sirius whispered, not meeting her eyes. And it got him killed. Lily sat silent, staring at him. Sirius was the image of a broken man, so filthy a beggar would be ashamed. His cheeks were red, and the broken bottles were enough indication that he was drinking. You miss him too, don't you? Here, let's toast to his memory. It's good, I promise. You won't even remember that he. Lily slapped it from his hand. Is this what you have become, Sirius? An old drunk? Do you think you can help this way? Make him proud, Lily demanded. She could see his face beneath her, wet with tears. They were her own, she realized. He's dead, Sirius, nothing can change that. 1 bottle or 1 million. He will not come back, Lily said, jerking the bottle out of reach as Sirius groped for it, not raising his head. You dishonor his memory, don't you see? He died so that we could live. So that Harry could live. She forced herself to lower her voice. Would you avoid him forever? Hide from his face? His voice trailed off. Go, talk to Harry, teach him. Show him how to protect himself. Be that father that James can no longer be. He's the last memory I have of James, that we have of James. Lily said, her quiet voice filled stronger than steel could ever be. Sirius looked up at her and laughed. It was a mocking, piercing laugh that grated on her ears, but in it she thought she could hear a bit of hope. A tiny drop in what used to be a river, but it was beautiful nonetheless. For a moment she was afraid the young man that she remembered was gone. His head dropped, and Lily bit her lip. Then he raised his head, and some of that old mischief returned. Curse you, Lily. You were always too good at this. I don't know what we would have done without you. Lily let out a breath she just realized she had been holding. Never get out of trouble, if my memories are reliable. Now get dressed. We can't have Harry getting a bad first impression. You're not wrong, he said, grabbing his wand with a smile. Chapter 10. Got you, Harry called. Creature sighed. This game is no fair, young master. Creature cannot use a wand. He protested. The toy soldiers dropped from the air. Harry's, killing creatures for the third win in a row. Harry wasn't entirely sure why he had decided to play tag of all games, but it was fun to his surprise, and good practice too. It had been rather boring at first, with Harry levitating the soldiers to fight makeshift duels in the air. Then Creature had joined. The small taps the soldiers had on each other's shoulders became full-on clashes as both Harry and Creature fought to outdo each other by breaking all of the other soldiers. It always ended the same, with Harry using Reparo faster than Creature could. It was a mess, broken blades sticking out of crushed wooden bodies. Some were burned too. Harry had found himself a toy dragon and animated it with a few charms, and the fire was devastating against the opposing army. Creature responded by pulling out more soldiers from a box which, of course, never ran out of them. This went on for some time while Magnus chuckled in the background with the occasional comment on where to repair or attack. Then, Creature called for a lunch break. Whoa, did you make this, Creature? It tastes excellent, Harry said, taking a bite. It was a strange blend of ingredients he couldn't quite put a name to. It was sweet, creamy, but hot instead of cold, so not ice cream. It also had the texture of meat, all the more confusing as it was a grassy green. Thank you, young master. Creature has practiced for 600 years. If the young master would like some more, here, he boasted, finding another. 600, Harry asked, dropping his bowl. Creature snatched it into the air, and Harry picked it up. Oh, sorry, he said. Creature has served House Black since Mistress Walburga, he said, puffing his chest. It must be good, being able to eat like this every day, Harry said, taking a few more bites. He didn't realize how hungry he was until he asked for seconds. His face fell. Creature cannot eat this, young master. This is for the masters of House Black and its guests. Creature can eat rats, he said. Harry found that he could not see any bitterness in his voice, only quiet acceptance. He looked at the elf, then his bowl, and felt as if his meal had turned to ash in his throat. Why don't you make some for yourself, Creature? Creature shook his head. Creature cannot eat meals he cooks. Master Sirius forbids it, he said. Well, I allow it. Here, have some, Creature, Harry said, pushing his bowl towards the elf. Creature shrunk back as if he had been struck. The young master is hungry. Creature should not eat before the young master, he said. You're hungrier. You should eat first. I insist, Harry said. Creature almost snatched the bowl, and reached for a spoon before stopping himself. As the young master sure? He asked, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Harry gave a dismissive wave. It's just food, you know. Eat it, Creature tore into the meal as if it was his last, not stopping as his face became coated in the greenish cream. He ate like his life depended on it, and before Harry could register what was happening, he was finished. The way the elf looked at him made Harry uncomfortable, tears forming in his eyes. It was almost as if he was his savior, and had given him gold instead of a bowl of cream he could have made at any time. Thank you, young master, Creature sniffed, wiping his tears on the tablecloth. Harry looked at the empty bowl, then Creature. How long has it been since you've eaten something like that? He asked. Creature was half sobbing, his tablecloth wrapped over his face like a blindfold. A year, young master. Master Regulus was the only one to share his meals with me, he said, his eyes buried within his cloth. Harry sighed. He knew that house elves were never treated well, but this was just cruelty. You know, you should make enough to eat your own portion. Just avoid Sirius while you do. I'll give you permission. If he asks, you are making extra just in case, Harry said. Thank you, young master, Creature croaked. Harry offered him one of those soft smiles he knew his mother for. You can call me Harry if you like, he said. Why? Magnus asked. His loyalty is cheap, and I don't lose anything. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to be a good person, he responded. Magnus laughed. You're learning, Harry. Let's keep playing. Harry said. Higher totem locomotor, he said, waving his wand at his army. The game started again, but Creature seemed energized this time, his endless supply of soldiers attacking much more vigorously than they did before. They continued, wave after wave of soldiers lying on the ground in a heap as the war raged on. Neither player got tired, and whenever Harry took the advantage, more soldiers joined the fight. By the end of it, the dead had made a mountain of its own on the makeshift battlefield, and would have continued had Lily Potter not walked inside. Chapter 11. She heard Sirius gasp as he entered the room. Harry was playing, using some charm or another to make the toy soldiers fight. Was that an animated dragon? Creature was playing too, using some charm to throw his wooden footman at Harry's. Meanwhile, Harry was waving the wand, using reparo every time one fell from the sky. Harry froze as he saw her, and broke into a smile. "Hi Mommy," he said. "Hello there Harry," Lily replied, copying his smile. Well, perhaps not copied, but they looked the same. Harry was really becoming more and more like her. "This is your godfather, Sirius Black. You can call him Uncle Black." "Hello Uncle Black," Harry said, dropping his wand. Creature's charm stopped, but why did his face drop like that? "Master is here, Creature will go, Creature will make food for Harry," he muttered, scrambling off like a mouse seeing a cat. Or a cat seeing a dog, Lily thought with a chuckle. Harry ran over to Sirius, wrapping him in a tight hug. At least, he hugged his leg. Sirius didn't bend down for the hug, but started, his mouth dropping to the floor. He spun towards him. "You taught him an animation charm?" he demanded. "Yes, I taught him almost everything I knew. If it's a charm, my little Harry knows it," Lily said, her smile growing wider. Sirius stared at her as if she had told him Harry was a pixie, and his gaze swung to him. He looked at Harry, grabbing his leg with a smile, then at her. And his face broke into a grin that made her sweat. "I see," he said, a glint entering his eyes as he grinned. He looked like a child staring at a Christmas present. Lily felt her eyebrows raising, but laughed it off. Sirius would not pull Harry around teaching him pranks, would he? Sirius would not be that type of curse that. Sirius was exactly that kind of godfather. Her laughter faded. "Harry, Mommy will be going to work as an ORB and can't look after you, so you will be staying with your godfather. Uncle Sirius will be teaching you how to defend against the dark arts and general combat abilities," she said, looking at Sirius with smoldering eyes. "You will be staying with him during this time, and come back with me after you are finished, immediately," she said. "Right, Sirius." Sirius looked like he had been told Christmas was cancelled. His grin froze on his face, and he swallowed as if he was choking on something. "Yes, of course, Lily," he said, flinching under her glare. "Harry, be sure to tell me how your lessons with Uncle Black are, okay? I will be checking on you from time to time," she said, "and beating up Sirius if he decides to try anything," she added silently. She gave Harry a hug after fetching her wand. "Stay safe, okay?" she asked, kissing him on the cheek. "Okay." Harry nodded. Lily felt some relief looking into his eyes. If Sirius tried corrupting him, he would tell her. Would he? No, she had to make sure. Lily gave Sirius her sweetest smile on her way out the door. "If anything happens to Harry," she whispered, her green eyes venomous. Sirius gulped. "He'll be fine, Lily. I won't teach him anything I shouldn't. There won't be a single hair missing from his head when you're back," he promised. Had it been anyone else they would have looked solemn, though it made Sirius appear more foolish than ever. Lily shook her head. This was not a bad decision, she hoped. It had better not be. Lily looked back 3 times before her exit. Sirius maintained his air, almost like a soldier preparing to march into battle. His back was straight, and he displayed no emotion on his face. Waiting for her to leave, she guessed. She left after some time, unable to shake that feeling in her stomach. She couldn't tell what. Sirius wouldn't try anything, would he? No, she could trust him. A few pranks, childish charms, and other frivolities from his youth were acceptable pains compared to what Harry could gain. Besides, they were in one of the most protected homes within a few 100 kilometers. What could possibly happen? Chapter 12. Stupefy, Harry shouted, waving his makeshift wand. Protega. Sirius replied, conjuring a shield that would have reflected his attack, had he sent any. Accio. Harry tried, pointing his wand towards a stone. He then pointed at Sirius. Flipendo. Protega duo. Sirius replied. Harry lowered his fake wand, gritting his teeth as he sat on the grass. No fair. Whenever I cast a spell you use a shield charm, and whenever I throw something you use a double shield charm. How am I even supposed to hurt you? He asked. Break it, Sirius said, as if that were so simple. How? Harry asked. Be stronger, Sirius replied. Harry shook his head. Is that all there is to dueling? Two wizards waving a wand and seeing who throws their spells harder. What's the difference between that and Muggle dueling then? Why would a stronger wizard ever lose? Harry asked. Sirius frowned. I think I explained it poorly. It's possible to counter spells in ways without blocking them. And the same is true for any shield charm. Wizard duels never last long, and the charm is broken too easily to be reliable. He explained. Why are you using it then? Harry asked. Because I don't need to use anything else, Sirius replied. Harry flopped onto the soft dirt to stare at the blue sky above. Without a wand I can't attack you, and without a wand you can't defend. Why can't I get one? He asked. But even as he said it he already knew the answer. You know you can't get a wand until you are 11, Harry. No wandmaker will sell one, Sirius said. Harry pounded his fist on the grass. Can't you just get any random one? Say it's for yourself, he asked. Sulking won't help, Harry. It's not so simple, Harry. The wand chooses the wizard. If I did, it may be a poor match. And unless it isn't, the wand is as useful as a piece of wood. You'll have to wait, Harry. Sorry, Sirius said. I'm not sulking. Harry spat at him. He heard a laugh in his head. Can you show me how to win a duel in your situation then? I'll cast the spell when Mom visits, Harry suggested. Not a bad idea, Sirius nodded. I suppose that could work. Watch, he said, pointing his wand at a tree. Bombarda Maxima, he shouted. The tree exploded, and Harry covered his face to avoid the rain of dirt and mud that flied towards him. Tree bark dug into his arms, leaving small scrapes. The explosion spell can break shields, and if you were to say, aim at the ground under a wizard, they would explode, Harry realized. Yes, very good, Sirius said. Now, it's not the only spell you could use. I would say you should avoid it if you can, Harry. There are easier ways. The petrification and disarming spells are both rather useful in a duel. Expelliarmus, he shouted. Harry's stick flew out of his hand. Petrificus totalis, Sirius added, and Harry felt his hands and feet snap together. As for the more damaging spells, Defendo, Sirius said. Harry felt his hair sheared off his head as an invisible blade cut through. He struggled, but found that he could not move. Philemta, lightning struck the ground a few feet away from Harry's face. Stop, I get it, Harry protested. Sirius chuckled. I must say, you have some nerve for a child your age, Harry. Most would have broken down crying already. Without pressure, there are no diamonds. Good skills come at a price, be it harsh training or something else. Harry voiced it to Sirius, earning a laugh. You hardly sound like a 3-year-old child, Harry. Has anyone told you that? Sirius asked. Mom says that I'm talented, Harry said. Talent doesn't explain half of it, Magnus scoffed. Your mother was not wrong, Harry. Now, there are counter curses for every curse, but all are different. I'll leave you to figure those out yourself. Until you read up on them, maybe try using a silencing charm. That should do the trick most of the time. There's not much else I can teach you about dueling. So I think we will need to wait for your mother if we want to practice, Sirius said. Harry frowned. That's it. What about real duels? Will I ever get to see one? Dumbledore. Reed didn't just stand there and cast spells when he fought. Grindelwald did he asked. Sirius gave him a sideways look. Strange choice of tales for a mother to tell her son, but no, he didn't. He said. How did he win then? How did the duel go? Tell me, Sirius. Do you know anyone who saw it? Harry asked, tugging on his teacher's sleeves. Well, I suppose I could tell you. Be warned, this Story has been told by thousands of witnesses more times than I can care to remember, and the truth is probably lost somewhere in between. I won't say I know much about it myself, it happened before I was born. I can repeat what the others have told me, if you like. Chapter 13. They said it was a dark and stormy night when the two wizards met, thunder and wind screaming as they met in the center of a Muggle city. The statues of Muggles overlooked them as clouds gathered over their heads. It was almost as if the storms themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the beginning of the duel. Sirius said, "Fabrications for dramatic effect, if I were to guess." Harry agreed. Then, without a word, the two raised their wands and began. Gellert attacked first, weaving threads of K magic and cursed fire to throw at Dumbledore, whose protective charms broke against the attacks. He tried to dodge, but was consumed. The onlookers screamed then. They thought he was dead. What? How did he survive? Harry asked, caught off guard. Sirius shrugged. I don't know, and I'm not sure anyone else did either. But when the smoke cleared, Dumbledore was there, unharmed. Nobody had seen him cast a spell. He didn't even raise his wand. He said, "What? That's stupid. How is that even possible? How reliable was this?" Harry demanded. Sirius shrugged again. This was one of my fellow students who claimed to have read about it from a book during a history of magic lesson. The book's author was one of the witnesses, who probably was more interested in a fanciful tale than facts. Anyhow, he continued, Dumbledore attacked. He didn't use spells. Grindelwald had created a barrier of fire to guard himself. Instead, he used transfiguration. Air turned to water and into ice. But as they came near, Grindelwald summoned a shield, but Dumbledore turned it back into air again and fire when they arrived before Grindelwald. Sirius said, Dumbledore can turn air into fire. Harry asked. Sirius put up his hands. Please, Harry, I have no way of knowing. Now, can I finish? Harry frowned but nodded. Sirius' voice grew distant, his eyes clouding. It was as if the elements themselves were his ally. Water turned into flames above Grindelwald's head, and the air rushed forward to strangle him whenever he tried to cast a spell. Dumbledore casted no spell, but his attacks were more powerful than a spell could ever be. Whenever Grindelwald's spells drew near, they turned to ash, and floated away into the wind. Ridiculous. Why did he get hit the first time then? So many times it seemed like Dumbledore was dead, struck down by one curse or another he could not defend against in time. Yet when the smoke cleared, he was still there, attacking Grindelwald. In the end, it was the smoke that defeated him. Silver smoke that Dumbledore conjured from the spells Grindelwald casted. His spells were muffled, and even as the sky filled with dark spells and killing curses, it had no effect. By the time Dumbledore had reached him, Grindelwald had collapsed, and he was drained of strength. He opened his mouth to curse him, but it was useless. He seemed befuddled, and casted it into the air at random, screaming. He lost, and though nobody knew how Dumbledore had won the duel. Sirius finished. Uncle Sirius, is this story realistic? Harry asked. If he thinks so, he is a fool. He sighed. As I said, Harry, the truth is probably lost somewhere in between. Ask long enough and you will find thousands of different versions, all ending the same. If you wish for the truth, perhaps you should find Dumbledore himself. He never told me, and if he did, I never heard. He said, Dumbledore sounds strong. Harry observed. Sirius nodded. Most call him the strongest wizard to ever live. Not just for his power in duels, either. Some would call him the wisest, or one of the wisest at least, among those like Merlin. Is there anyone who could fight him? Win? Harry asked. Sirius' brows furrowed. Fight? None alive that I know of. Perhaps a group of wizards and witches, but that's a different story entirely. Depends on who, I would say. If it were lesser wizards or muggles, he may never lose. But against the most accomplished of our time, perhaps a dozen, perhaps more. Few would be able to stop his flight unless they lured him into a trap, and only Merlin knows who could do such a thing. Sirius shook his head. No need to think about such things, Harry. You're talented, maybe even a match for him in the future. But not now. Nobody in the future. What about the past? Harry asked, staring at his godfather with curious eyes. The past. Merlin would be a match for any wizard. The founders of Hogwarts were not far behind him in strength. There is Voldemort, and Grindelwald, who many would say is stronger. Sirius said with a frown. Grindelwald, didn't he lose the duel? Harry asked. He did, but there is more to power than duels, Harry. Grindelwald has access to dark magic Dumbledore would never stoop to using, and his mastery of them makes him a fearsome opponent. Dark wizards of the same skill almost always best those of the light. Dumbledore only won because he survived attacks no wizard should have, and to this day none know how. Sirius explained. They're so powerful. Can you show me? Harry asked, grabbing onto Sirius' sleeves again. A grin crept across Sirius' face. Well, you see, it faded just as it came. My mistake, I shouldn't have talked about it. But, Harry started. Sirius cut him off with a stern voice. I will not, Harry. I made promises to your mother. Ask next time she comes if you want to so much. If you wish to learn things you should not, it will not be from me. He said. Harry sighed, but nodded. I'll ask when she visits. He said. He stared at the sky, wondering where his mother was now. It almost surprised him to realize that he already missed her. When would she visit? Hopefully soon. Chapter 14. It was night again in the Auror's office. Though outside of the stone walls the sun shined bright, none of its light made its way inside. If you asked an Auror what time it was while they were inside, they may not be able to answer you, though they would tell you it was night for many reasons. Most obviously was the darkness, which nearly blinded Lily Potter as she waved her wand for a light. Secondly was the silence, which hung over the heads of every Auror present. Had there been any expressions on their face, it would never be seen, covered by the darkness masking their faces. But there was another reason, which the Aurors ever hid. Listen closely, and stare long enough, and it could be discovered. It was in the droops in the men's shoulders, the matted dishevelment of the women's hair. It was heard in their sighs and groans, as well as the disorganized papers that laid strewn over the bare stone floor. Just as these things belonged to the night of the office, it belonged to them. The endless struggle of men and women trying to stay awake. Lumos, Lily said, and the shadows parted. She saw a few of her colleagues stumble back, half blinded from the light, and hid a smile. I'm back. Their reactions were instant. The cheers in the room were deafening. Above the clamor and cries of welcome were the papers and stumbling of feet as all the Aurors in the room came to her at once. Lily, it's been so long, oh you have to tell me about. It's Lily. Oh, Lily. Back from taking care of Harry I see, how is he? Finally, Lily, you have to see this report on the death. She stumbled back, unsure whether to feel happy or confused as her colleagues surrounded her with a ring of smiles and cheering. Did something happen? She asked, half to herself. An awkward silence ensued. Why, Lily, how could you say that? You defeated Voldemort yourself, you and James. You never arrived for the celebration. Rufus Scrimgeour said, his yellowish eyes staring at her from behind those spectacles. What? Lily sputtered. Defeating Voldemort herself. Ridiculous. What celebration? Oh, what tales had these fools spun for themselves? What do you mean? Me and James, we never. Her voice trailed off as she saw the disappointed looks surrounding her. Rufus laid a hand on her shoulder. Dumbledore said it was Harry, but we know the truth, Lily. The fools he talks to can believe what they like, but anyone with half a brain can figure out you did it. How did you? What charm did you use? Was it some secret weakness we don't know? He asked. The ring around her nodded, rubbing their hands in eagerness. No, I never did anything, I didn't even fight. Me and James never had the chance to grab a wand. She stopped as she realized how foolish she sounded. If she had not resisted, why was she alive? To tell the truth, she didn't know either. Why had the murderer spared her after killing James? Lily, you know we won't tell anyone else. Here, we can all swear unbreakable oaths if you wish, he said, holding out his hand. Several wands pointed towards him, tongues of red fire already licking their surface. Lily opened her mouth, then closed it. A memory flashed to mind. Keep the charm, it will keep the one who wears it safe from any spell, even the killing curse, but that it can stop only once. Dumbledore said, the amulet will release a soul to attack the caster, and should buy enough time for you to flee or strike him down. Lily nodded. Thank you, Albus. We will never forget this. Is there anything we could do for you as repayment? Dumbledore shook his head. No need, Lily, I cannot be sure if it even works. Do not trust it with your life if you have any better way. Please, remember, he said, his blue eyes almost burning with intensity. This magic is a remnant from my foolish youth, when I tampered with forces beyond my comprehension or control. It involves old, powerful, and forbidden magic that no wizard should know. Do not speak of it to anyone else, he said. Lily nodded. We won't, I'll promise. James, she asked with a glare. We won't, he confirmed. But what would she say? She could not break her promise. But, it was little Harry, I swear, it really was. I couldn't do anything. Voldemort forced me to stand aside. He lived. The killing curse struck him but he lived. I did nothing, she said, not a lie. But not the truth either. Not that she liked it. I can get back to work now. Someone mentioned reports of Death Eaters. Lily asked, not responding to any more questions. Rufus frowned, but did not press her. Well yes, recently, our detector charms have found large amounts of dark magic in certain areas near Muggle City churches, as well as the appearance of the Dark Mark. Over 50 Death Eaters escaped from Azkaban, all in one place. We only managed to kill Bellatrix. Here, let me show you the reports, he said, shuffling over to his desk. The crowd parted, and Lily followed. Chapter 15. The cathedral was truly an excellent meeting spot for Death Eaters. Magnus closed his eyes, feeling the presence of Voldemort in his mind. Somewhere in there he found the power of the Dark Mark. A spell of sorts that caused it to burn and send out his location. Allow me, they are my followers. He heard. It was Voldemort's voice, high and cold. It sounded almost comical at times. The greatest dark wizard to live, and his voice was no different from a cartoon character. My faithful servants, Magnus said, more to Voldemort than to the Death Eaters present. I have recovered. Returned may have been more appropriate, but Magnus couldn't say that, no. Allowing one's subordinates to know they were abandoned was never a great idea. For all they cared, he never left. Say what you wish, Muggle. They serve me, he heard in his mind. He felt Voldemort read them, scanning for emotions but finding none. That may be because of the Dementors. They ringed the cathedral, dark, ethereal creatures radiating horror and despair. A fitting atmosphere for the orders he was going to give. Lucas spoke up first, before he could speak. If I may ask, what harmed you, Dark Lord? What happened on that day? He asked. Magnus heard Voldemort hiss. Old fox, always looking for weakness. He shoved it aside, he would deal with him later. A charm, crafted to stop the killing curse and attack the caster. I suspect Dumbledore was the creator. He heard a few curses and fearful grimaces as he spoke the name. It has taken years, but be assured that I have recovered. Magnus raised Voldemort's wand, his wand now. We shall be continuing our plans. Dumbledore's charm was merely a delay, a hindrance. The wizarding world has forgotten their fear of us, and we shall teach them to remember. Magnus shouted, his high-pitched voice echoing throughout the cathedral like a scream. We will continue to destroy those in the ministry that shall be our enemies. We all infiltrate their ranks and control their leaders. We will control the Muggle rulers, and teach them to know their place. We will find those who have done us wrong, and have our revenge. We shall rise again, and rule the wizarding world. He raised his wand into the air. Mors Mordra. Above the cathedral, the Dark Mark formed, the serpent grinning as it stared down at the unsuspecting homes below. Mors Mordra. The Death Eaters echoed, hundreds of dark marks appearing beneath it in the sky. He could feel it now. Voldemort's reading had revealed strength and joy, perhaps not as much as Magnus would have hoped, but enough. The Dementors drifted forward, eager to feed, and Magnus glared at them with his new red eyes, daring them to move. A few did, the fools. Expecto Patronum, Magnus said, pointing his wand. A cloud formed, silvery and bright. It exploded in a blast of power, shredding the nearby Dementors with the attack. It followed those who came near as they retreated, flying forward in a ruthless pursuit. He heard their screams as they died, the unearthly, inhuman screams of creatures who lived in despair. It seemed fitting that they would die in it too. The Patronus was infectious, the Death Eaters growing in enthusiasm as it passed by, the Dementors who had fled dissipating as their physical forms unraveled. The others stood, almost uncertain as Magnus' gaze passed, not daring to move. They were foul, but not much more than the Death Eaters around them. All characters from a storybook, built for a purpose and nothing more. Voldemort was only a perfect example. A pathetic creature crafted of childish fears and a thirst for power. It almost felt underwhelming to manipulate them, the inner workings of their minds opened to him in the form of a fantasy story. He knew none of them. Yet he knew them all. They were useful tools, broken, chipped, and treacherous tools, but useful nonetheless. Once he was finished with them he could destroy them at a whim, or perhaps keep them. It would make no difference. If Voldemort could hear his thoughts he may have scoffed at being viewed as a tool, but he couldn't. Magnus had long since won the duel of souls that made him the master of his new body. He waved his wand again, quieting the crowd. 3 are not with us today, of more than 100 in number. 1 who fled out of fear, who shall be punished. 1 who remains a loyal servant, seeing to my plans from afar. 1 who I consider my most faithful servant, who died in my service to cover our escape at Azkaban. He said, silvery light gathering at the tip of his wand. What is this? He heard Voldemort ask. She shall be rewarded, and return to us. Today, I show you the powers of a dark wizard long past. I present to you the knowledge of Ekrasdis, the Soul Eater. No, do not reveal that, you cannot. You must not. I refuse. He heard Voldemort scream. As if on cue, the doors to the cathedral opened, and his victims were shuffled in. Men and women, old and young, were all lined up neatly along the floors. Their eyes were closed, still sleeping. Their rest would last forever. He heard confused muttering from the Death Eaters, but most stayed silent. Very few seemed excited. Dumbledore made a mistake, experimenting with dark magic in the creation of his locket. He let loose a rogue spirit on me, summoned from the void of death. That was his error. In doing so he gave me the knowledge which I had sought for years, the power to consume and dominate the souls of the dead. And with these souls, Magnus said, silvery light brightening to outshine the sun, I conquer death itself. Chapter 16. Lily found herself sitting at a dimly lit table in the head Auror's office. Papers laid strewn in random messes over it, but before H. Laid a neat stack of papers newly printed. He who must not be named has begun taking muggles, ordering them dead with the killing curse. Rufus said, his face so grim it made gargoyles look friendly. What? Lily exclaimed. Voldemort. Impossible, he's dead. Do not say his name. No, he is not. I saw him breaking out the Death Eaters at Azkaban. They were following him, those Dementors. Railing him like a ghost wherever he went, and he herded them like sheep with his Patronus. I still remember it. It was like a silvery cloud, chasing any Dementor that disobeyed him down. Sometimes I wonder if it was a god that swept by as the Death Eaters ran loose, a storm came to life. He said, shivering. Lily felt a chill run down her spine, almost as if the cold were infecting her. To see others respond in such a way was one thing, but Rufus, with a lion's mane and a lion's heart, who fought dark wizards for years on end, that was something else entirely. She gasped as an image came to mind, Harry waving his wand. A storm forming as Lily bloomed in happiness. No, that had to be a coincidence, it had to be a storm. Volume, I mean, he who must not be named. Lily repeated, unable to keep her voice calm. What storm? Is that even possible? Rufus shrugged. I don't know, Lily. Believe me, I don't. If he didn't utter the spell I may have thought it something else entirely, but it was no normal Patronum. Nothing I've seen was so powerful. It looked as if it could have leveled Azkaban on its own, with how the Dementors ran. I saw no animal, but 1,000 wouldn't be so strong together. His face too, that snake face, nobody else has that, Lily. Nobody. He pushed the stacks of paper towards her as she sunk in her chair. It took a few days to sort through these, but ICAN confirmed that of the 93 prisoners of Azkaban, only 6 remain. I believe that they had escaped in the chaos, or worse, joined he who must not be named. I do not know if those who were left on the island were offered a chance to join the Death Eaters, as they seemed weak wizards and witches. Rufus took a breath. This is a disaster, Lily. The greatest crisis the Aurors, no, the Minist Rye of magic has faced since the Wizarding War. This may be the beginning of the second, and you are coming back in the middle of it," he said, almost choking as he said the words. Lily's jaw fell open as she viewed the papers. The Lestranges, along with several other Death Eaters. Some of the most powerful dark wizards and witches in the world, all in one place. All escaped. Azkaban in ruins, Dementors running amok in the Muggle world. Notable wizards from powerful families having gone missing. How? She whispered. Fudge visited Dumbledore at Hogwarts just this morning. Kingsley was with him. I heard that Fudge seemed shocked. No, shocked doesn't tell you half the story. I don't think he believes us, not yet anyways. A dozen of us rushed on scene, and he swallowed. Only 2 of us survived, Mad Eye and me. The rest were dead. Silence fell as Lily stared. That's what was happening, she said, realization dawning on her. How much has everyone been sleeping? Not at all, since the day of the breakout. 3, almost 4 days ago, Rufus said. He shook his head again. Sleep is the least of our worries, Lily, and you know it. Look at this. This is what Fudge is trying to tell anyone, can you believe it? Lily looked down at the paper. It was from the Daily Prophet, a draft if she were to guess. Security breach in Azkaban being investigated by Aurors, no recorded escapes. Slight increases in Death Eater activity, Lily's voice trailed off. You cannot be serious. Attempted escape, no confirmed successes. And this, slight increase in Death Eater activity. How is 100 dark marks appearing? Well over that amount of wands, and dark magic, slight. No confirmed successes. Nearly all the prisoners have escaped already. Lily realized that she was shouting. Rubus put his arm on her shoulder. Calm down, Lily. Not all is lost. He tried. She shook him off. Not all is lost. Calm down. The second Wizarding War is upon us, and Fudge is sitting around the table eating chocolate frogs, she said, pounding her fist on the table so hard the papers jumped. Rufus winced. You can't blame Fudge so much, Lily. We fought him for 11 years. It was enough work for all of wizard kind. And we had to do it all ourselves. Don't be too hard on him. It will take some time for him to accept, for everyone. We do not have time, Lily said flatly. Ho must not be named will kill us slowly, like untreated dragon pox left to reign over a sick wizard. We have to stop him now, before it is too late. Lily, there's no need to panic, we have you. Rufus said. You destroyed him once, you can do it again. She almost laughed. So that was why her colleagues had reacted that way. They saw her as a savior. I wish I could, but I can't, she said at last. Let me speak with Dumbledore. He may know a way. His eyes brightened. Yes, of course. You need his permission to reveal your spell, don't you? Follow me, he said, almost skipping as he dashed for the nearest fireplace. Lily sighed. She had no answers, but Dumbledore did. He had to. Only Merlin knows what the wizarding world would do if he didn't. Chapter 17. I'm assuming that you have heard by now, Lily asked. Dumbledore's blue eyes met hers. Voldemort has returned from the dead, or never died, as I believed. There was a serious air about the headmaster as he shuffled the papers. His eyes blew fire as he flipped through them. How do we stop him? Lily asked. He didn't answer, his flipping growing faster and more intense as he passed by report after report. Each contained news more dire than the last, from the breakouts to Voldemort's return. No, he who must not be named, she could no longer think of the name. Old habits die hard, but they would have too, or Harry may die in their place. At last he finished, and Albus Dumbledore stared off into the distance. His eyes grew blank and empty, almost like a glass left under the noonday sun, slowly but surely draining away into the air. The fire in them had fizzled out, and for the first time in her life Lily saw him slump. The silence in the room grew, not interrupted even by the shuffling of papers or the drawing of breaths. We cannot, he said at last. She almost didn't believe it at first. She pinched herself beneath the table, wondering if it was all a dream. The pinch hurt. She looked into those eyes, those blue twinkling eyes, and saw defeat. A cold, helpless defeat. It was not the look of a soldier losing a battle, but that of a general ordering a surrender, knowing he had lost the war. It could not be more unfit on his face. A million thoughts spun through her head. We cannot, surely. She found that she had no words, and her mind failed her. How? She finally asked. How did he come back? I must say that I cannot know for sure, but I am rather certain he has created a Horcrux. Dumbledore said. Lily gave him a quizzical look. Horcrux, she asked. Dark, powerful, and evil magic. It involves splitting the soul, and trapping it within a container to anchor the caster to the mortal world. As long as the Horcrux persists, the caster is immortal. The only known wizard to use such a technique was Herpo, whom wizards named the Foul. If Voldemort truly has a Horcrux, he cannot die permanently, at least until it is destroyed. Dumbledore said. Lily gasped. If that is true, we must search for it. Find it so that it may be destroyed, she suggested. Dumbledore shook his head. Only a foolish wizard would hide the key to their immortality in a place we could find. And Voldemort is anything but foolish. I would not be surprised to find it hidden away somewhere beyond Britain, perhaps buried in the ground in the darkness of a massive cave, or even draped with chains and tossed into the bottom of the seas. No, unless he wishes it so, our chances of finding such a thing are slim to none. He explained. Lily covered her head. Can you fight him? Best him in a duel? She asked, hoping for the answer she knew she would not receive. Could I? Perhaps. But he would come back. With his Death Eaters gaining power so quickly, he would be back by the month's end, and I cannot come back from a loss. Unlike him, if I were to duel him at every opportunity, I would be dead by the end of the year, perhaps faster. Lily's heart sank into her stomach. Is that all we can do then? Watch as he destroys us all, she whispered. Dumbledore sighed. It seems so, but perhaps not. You have a way. Lily sat up, her eyes gleaming. Perhaps, but you will not like it. None of us will, Dumbledore said, moving his reports aside. He began writing, quill scribbling away on parchment as Lily watched. The others began turning black, filled with too much text for Lily to read. She grabbed one and squinted, scanning the contents. A gasp of horror escaped her lips as she covered her mouth. Chapter 18. Negotiations. Magnus repeated, almost unwilling to believe his ears. It would appear so. Dark Lord, Lucius said with a bow. Magnus looked at the parchment again. The terms were listed in impeccably neat handwriting, each line written with an elegant grace. It did not seem like the writing of a man about to surrender, and that was what Dumbledore was doing. Dumbledore seems quite generous, don't you think, Lucius? Magnus asked. You suspect a trap, Dark Lord? Lucius asked. He couldn't see it, but Magnus could tell there was sweat beading on the Death Eater's back. Voldemort's presence was rather admirable in this regard, able to inspire fear even in casual circumstances. Dumbledore claims the Ministry refuses to acknowledge my return, and that a peace treaty would benefit us both. He asks for us to cease visible hostilities against the Muggle population and refrain from seeking revenge against the wizard who had wronged us in the past. In exchange, they will not seek to harm me or my Death Eaters. Voldemort read, looking at Malfoy. An interesting choice of words, Lucius said carefully. Magnus nodded. Indeed, visible hostilities are to be forbidden. What of the Imperious Curse then? Or information gathering? I cannot say for sure. I understand what Dumbledore is attempting with this farce. Is he perhaps asking us to refrain from revealing malicious magic to the Muggles? Or, perhaps ceasing all interaction with them entirely? What do you think he is planning, Lucius? He looked in those pale gray eyes of his, and he began probing his mind. Dumbledore knows of your Horcrux, Dark Lord. I believe he is trying to buy time, Lucius said. Magnus read his thoughts again. They seemed to match his words. I believe so too, but the old fool is right about one thing. Right now, peace would benefit us. A broken wizard, world is rather difficult to rule over, and murdering Muggles to resurrect servants that could turn on us would be folly. Do you feel the current terms are acceptable, Lucius? Magnus asked. What game are you playing, Muggle? Magnus heard Voldemort ask. He froze, his mind wandering 100 places at once. Magnus read guesses of his intention, thoughts of the treaty, of fear, and so much more. It became difficult to focus. So he stopped his reading. The terms of the treaty are acceptable if the Dark Lord believes so, Lucius said, holding his breath. I asked for your opinion, Lucius. Magnus said, raising the papers. Are the terms acceptable? He repeated. He was silent for a moment. No, he replied. Magnus nodded, and Lucius disguised his breath of relief as a cough. Why? Lucius froze his cough unnaturally. He swallowed. We are not given the power to rule other wizards, he said, almost a question. Very good, Lucius. You will draft a letter to return to Dumbledore with new terms. Be sure that my Death Eaters are satisfied with their new privileges. I shall be returning soon, and I will be expecting you to finish by then. You will be leading the meeting in my stead, Magnus said, picking up his wand. Clever, Muggle, but you give them too much power, you have much to learn. He heard Voldemort say, Dark Lord, if I may. Lucius asked. Oh, Magnus asked. I will do as I like, Riddle. You will be quiet now unless I demand otherwise, he responded. He heard a hiss before the voice went silent. What shall you be satisfied with? He asked. If my Death Eaters feel satisfied with the treaty, I shall be too. Tell them they may consider it their reward. Their words shall become law in the new wizarding world. I shall not waste time crafting laws of my own. That duty shall belong to you and my servants. I require nothing from the ministry I cannot take for myself. He replied. Lucius nodded. I understand, Dark Lord. What will you do during this meeting then, if I may ask? I shall be visiting Potter. Magnus said. Chapter 19. Something's wrong. I can feel it, Magnus said. Harry tilted his head. Wrong. I don't know how to describe it. It's like something familiar is coming, almost like a memory. It's getting closer. Harry looked around at the sprawling gardens of 12 Grimmauld Place, and saw nothing except the singing birds and swaying trees. Should we ask for Sirius? Maybe go back inside, Harry thought. I don't know, I'm not sure. It's him. Give me control. Harry spun, looking around wildly. Give me control, Magnus said. His voice was quiet once more. Harry felt a terrible feeling of dread rising in his chest, like a serpent slithering up his stomach. He stepped back mentally, allowing Magnus to control his body. Stay calm. Do not resist. Do not think. You are just a child of 3, nothing more. Do you understand me? Harry tried to nod, but found that he couldn't. Thankfully, that was enough. Good. I would call you old friend. Although I'm not sure what I should consider you. Are we perhaps still the same man? A high, cold voice asked. Harry shivered. It sounded like a muffled scream. He had heard the sound of ice grating, or glass breaking, but this voice, it was so much worse. It brought too many memories back to surface. He could hear his father's voice again, the thump as his body fell like a marionette with his strings cut. Lord Voldemort swept into the garden, his robes gliding on the grass. His eyes, those terrible red eyes, stared at Harry like a searchlight. Magnus spoke up. I find it difficult to think otherwise. 1,000 questions entered his mind, but Harry spoke none of them. His muscles seemed frozen even as he felt them move. I see that we both live, though in halves. A result of the attempted Horcrux creation. The split. Voldemort answered. No, not Voldemort, Harry realized. This was Magnus. A clone. His mind spun. That couldn't be right. You were in control, I hope. Magnus asked. I am. It was also Magnus. Harry felt a loss for words. Who was Magnus? Was he even real, or just another cruel trick, a work of magic Voldemort was using to torture him? The black cloak billowed under the wind as that snake-like face appeared to meet his gaze. Seems so long ago that we traveled here, pulled from the void by some spell I cannot name. The necklace was broken, I believe. It was. Magnus agreed. Harry thought back. Necklace. Was that the charm he remembered wearing? The thing he was told saved his life. Voldemort's face twisted in a grin. S minions were not difficult to subjugate, and his mind was weak. This world's magic is real, if you haven't discovered it. The characters are just that, no more than to be expected, but they have souls, real souls. At least, what we would think of as souls. He said, shaking his head. The high-pitched voice came again. As if they could be real people. A derisive smirk spread across his face. Harry shivered. Realm. What did he mean by that? They seem to be. Magnus said. Oh, so he's grown on you. That makes sense, I suppose. He was interesting enough to follow. Quite the stupid young hero though. Hope you don't me making a few edits, he said with a smile that made Harry want to scream. Well, none of this is very relevant, is it? I should probably tell you about the deal. The void is connected for all worlds. Even this one. Don't ask me how. But it means we can bring anyone, back from it. Do you understand what I'm saying? He asked. Harry didn't, but he was not foolish enough to ask. If he thought that this man, Magnus, Voldemort, whatever he called himself, was dangerous before, he knew he was wrong now. Now he finally discovered what danger is. Magnus offered a nod. Harry realized with a chill that he couldn't feel any emotions, any thoughts from him at all. It was almost as if he had blocked him. He will rule, if that is what he likes. But not all of the world, just most of it. Well, there isn't much of a difference for us, is there? But I didn't agree. I don't feel the need to share, yet. It's just a suggestion which I haven't approved. If I want to, he can stay in the back of my head forever. The solution appears to be in front of us. So, we both stay where we are and rule separately, what do you say? Don't worry, I won't be keeping them to myself. Them, Harry thought. What are they? But he didn't ask. A reasonable plan. What about the prophecy? Magnus asked. The other Magnus waved his hand dismissively. Fulfilled. Voldemort had no clue about the locket. However, that got in his way. We won't be fighting each other, so that's not an issue either. The world is our toy now, nobody else knows where Voldemort hid his Horcruxes. And if he cannot die, I cannot either. He explained, however little sense it made. I see, Magnus said. Well, I do not suppose we need to speak further. Teach the boy, will you? He will. I'll not be a bad host for the next master of the world when we get rid of the old man. Although I will leave him with something to remember me by. His smile grew almost demonic. The mark wasn't complete last time. Harry fell to the ground with a scream as his head burned with pain. The scar on his forehead came to life, biting and gnawing at his brain. He felt as if 1,000 needles were being thrust into it at once. Then set ablaze with fire. Neither can live while the other survives. True, but the other will be us, and with each other as anchors we will be immortal. Let's ensure that never changes. Keep him out of trouble. Will you? That was the last thing Harry heard before he lost consciousness. Chapter 20. Harry. No, Harry. Wake up, please wake up, Harry. Lily sobbed. Oh, what would she do if anything happened? Would he ever wake up? Sirius stood beside her, quivering. I failed, again, he rasped, looking on as she shook Harry's body. His hands clenched into fists. I'm an idiot. Why did I leave him there? He was in the garden, playing. I thought he was safe. He wailed, throwing his hands over his head. Creature ran about in a frenzy, handing tissue after tissue to Lily. However absent-mindedly, Harry fainted. Creature's charms aren't working. Creature should have watched. The muttering became faster and faster as he ran. His words almost unintelligible. Calm yourselves, Dumbledore said, and Lily felt some comfort return. He is not dead, that much is clear. Voldemort came, and left. For what reason I cannot tell. But we can assume that he failed to kill him. Lily stopped shaking her son with a groan. How did he get inside? Sirius shook his head. It was my foolishness. I should have watched him, guarded him. I should have known he could have gotten through the defenses, he said. You did not know he was back until today, Sirius. The blame is not yours. He is fine, don't you see? He lives. The scar is all he will remember of this day, Dumbledore said, gesturing towards Harry's head. Lily bit her lip as she saw it, a zigzag on Harry's head shaped like a bolt of lightning, splitting his face between the eyes. It stretched from his hair to his nose, and was glowing with a greenish light. It seemed to hiss as she touched it, and her hands recoiled in a flinch. The scar seemed alive, burning with rage and power. No sooner than she had withdrawn her hand, Harry awoke with a scream. Lily gasped as she saw his eyes. They were green, but not like hers. They had the radiant glow of a star in the night sky. Like the killing curse, she realized with a gulp. Behind those eyes she could see a void again, a man far older and stronger. A tattered mind which had seen too much, and a young soul which had known too little. joined together in the body of a 3-year-old child. Was it her paranoid self that was screaming at her? Or was what she saw true? The green glow faded before the others could see. And Harry snapped awake. "Mommy?" he asked, his voice small and confused. "Oh, Harry." Lily wrapped him in an embrace. He returned it, clinging on as tightly as she had the day of the fire. "Mommy, was that man Voldemort, the one who killed Dad?" he asked, his quiet voice hardly making him seem like a child at all. She heard a gasp from Sirius. Dumbledore frowned, walking forward. "Yes, Harry, that was Voldemort, who killed your father. He came to kill you too, but you survived," he said, his aged voice echoing throughout the room. "What do you remember?" Dumbledore asked, his blue eyes intense. Harry looked up at the ceiling. "I saw him come from the forest. He was wearing a black cloak, and had red eyes. He said a few things, I'm not sure what they mean. He pointed his wand and shot something at me. Something about neither of us living. About a mark, he said." Lily felt a chill. It couldn't be that, could it? "The Dark Lord shall mark him. As his equal, neither can live while the other survives." Dumbledore realized. "Do you remember anything else?" Harry frowned. "Not really." He didn't say much that made sense. He replied. Dumbledore nodded. "I see, so the prophecies are true after all," he said. "No," Lily shouted. "He's just a child, Dumbledore. A child of 3. You can't do this to him." Her heart pounded in her chest. Could she wait? Forever? Perhaps not. But she could wait. He was 3, he had time. She had time, before the world took her son away from her. His gaze was as cold as ice during the winter. "The one, with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Lily's screams were ignored as he finished, his eyes resting on Harry. "You are the one with the power to vanquish Voldemort, Harry. You are the boy who lived. You are the one he cannot kill. You are the last hope of wizard kind to defeat him." Her heart sank. Whatever came now, Harry would have the burden of the world placed upon his shoulders. How could a child handle it? How could anyone? "I will need to train him. To prepare him for what is to come. I fear that we have very little time. Every hour he receives will be off the backs of Voldemort's countless victims, dead and dehumanized. We cannot afford to wait," Dumbledore said, his face like stone. "No, I will not agree to this, I refuse. You will get him killed," Lily screamed. "Lily." Sirius tried, but she shook him off. "1 year, Albus. At least give me 1 more year, understand?" Lily rasped. "Try everything. Believe me, Lily, I will," Dumbledore replied. Chapter 21. Protega Diabolica. Harry tried, waving Sirius' wand. Black fire formed, if only for a moment. Like a flame without fuel it sputtered out, fading away into the wind. "That won't work, Harry, you have to mean it," Sirius said. "I know I'm not a mean person. If that's what you mean," Harry said. Sirius gave him a sideways look. "Really, Harry, I would expect better from Lily's son. Bad jokes aside, that wasn't what I meant. The dark arts require intention. More so than regular spells, do you get what I mean?" he asked. Harry shook his head. Sirius frowned. "Perhaps I've explained it poorly. The dark arts require malicious intent. A strong intent to kill or cause harm. It makes spells like the killing curse function. Here, let me show you," Sirius said, grabbing his wand. He pointed it at Harry's head. "Crucio," he shouted. Harry stared at his godfather blankly. "Was that a joke?" he asked. "The unforgivable curses are hardly the type of thing to joke around with, Harry. You saw me say the words, point my wand. But the spell failed. Can you tell me why?" he asked. "Because you never hit me with anything, I didn't see a spell," Harry said. Sirius shook his head. No, that's not right. I have a better example. Avada Kedavra," he shouted, pointing his wand high up into the sky. A green light flashed, and a bird fell to the ground, its blood splattering on the stone of the garden. Sirius turned around. His wand pointed towards Harry's face. "Avada Kedavra," he shouted. Harry yelped, and tried to dodge, but the light was too fast. It headed for him, streaking through the air to strike his chest. He fell to the ground. But nothing happened. What? Harry asked, scrambling back up. Now, Sirius said, his face a mask of patience. What happened there? He asked. Harry tapped his lightning scar. You didn't have the intent to kill me, so you didn't? He asked. Sirius nodded. Very good, Harry. So that's what the dark arts are about. You need to hate, want to cause harm. Harry realized. Is that why they are forbidden? Sirius nodded again. Precisely. The dark arts require malicious intent, a drive to hurt and to kill. They are, in reality, not much different from normal magic. And can be used for a lot of good. Yet, using them requires strong emotions, which almost never results in anything desirable. Few wizards can master the power of the dark arts while fending off the taint of its corruption. He explained. Few. So there are those who can? Harry asked, his eyes gleaming. Sirius frowned. Not exactly. The most powerful of dark wizards learn to control their emotions, summoning burning rage and chilling indifference as they see fit. They master their thoughts, control every action, but not many are what you would consider human. They are like bodies without a soul, unable to laugh, unable to feel. Strange things happen to a person's mind when they learn to separate their minds from the events of the world. They are like immovable stones in an ever-flowing river, uncaring and out of place. Sirius said. Who? Harry demanded. Sirius pondered it for a moment. I cannot say if Voldemort has any emotion. If he does, he rarely shows it and I have not seen it. But there may be a better example, Grindelwald. Of all those who dabble in the dark arts he is the most skilled by far, so much so that he could summon anger for a spell just as I could summon water. Then he could stamp out any emotion if he deems necessary less than a second later. If I were to describe him, I would call his control inhuman. He said. Harry looked up at him. But, if they are all really so heartless, why do they even live? Sirius looked at him in surprise. A good question, Harry. I'm afraid I can't answer. I believe there are books on the subject. How to retain some measure of humanity while having complete control of the dark arts. He paused, seeing the flash in Harry's eyes. However, most are in the restricted section of Hogwarts libraries. And even Durmstrang would expel most students for looking into it without permission. I suspect it has something to do with old magic, the most primal and terrible. He sighed. If my advice means anything, try not to dwell on this type of magic too much. It's like a hungry beast, ever insatiable and constantly devouring the souls of whoever it can find, eating away at their minds until what's left is no better than itself. I taught you so that you could defend yourself against Death Eaters. Don't use these spells unless you must. Harry nodded. I won't, he said, surprised he meant it. I expect you to keep that promise. Harry, now, you've been a good student, and I must say I'm rather sad to see you leave, but you have done well, better than I could have dreamed. Now, don't drop your head like that. We can always meet for dinner one Sunday or another. Anyhow, I wish I could teach you more. But if Voldemort is truly running loose, then lessons on pranks will do very little good. Here, give this letter to your mother. Consider it a birthday gift from your godfather. Sirius said, handing him a sealed parchment. Birthday present? Harry asked, feeling some excitement. Sirius chuckled, his smile teeming with mystery. You will see, Harry. I'm sure it won't disappoint. Chapter 22. Lily looked at Harry's face, then at the note left by Sirius. A birthday present, she said flatly. Harry bobbed his head up and down so much that Lily was afraid it might fall off. The first part of the letter was no different from any others, but the second. Lily gritted her teeth. That shameless, despicable dog, she shrieked. Harry blinked. Mommy, he asked. Oh, it's nothing, Harry. Mommy ran into a dog while I came home today. It tried to bite me. She said. Never mind. That she had come back using flow powder. Hopefully Harry believed her. It did. I'll go arrest it for assaulting an Auror. Harry said, standing up. Wait. No, don't. Lily cried, grabbing his arm. She felt foolish. Of course Harry wouldn't believe such a thing. What did she think he was, a child? Why? Harry asked. It was pardoned by the Minister of Magic. Lily said awkwardly. Harry glared at her like a parent catching their child in a lie. She blushed. Anyways, Mommy will need to pick something up at Gringotts. Stay safe. Okay, I'm getting your birthday present, she said, burning the note with her wand. She gritted her teeth as she walked through the house, taking a few breaths. Calm down, she told herself. It can't be that bad. The note was gone, but its contents were in her head clear as day. But how much it infuriated her to remember. Hello there, Lily. At least, I hope you're Lily. If you have opened this letter, Harry or anyone else, I promise that I will hunt you down and jinx you. So put it back before you see something you'll regret. Now, if you are Lily, you should be aware of the breach by now. No need to worry, you won't find anything missing, just a little something that wasn't there before. I won't pretend to know how to brew the thing, but I feel like it's time Harry has got it. He is, after all, his father's son. He will need it too. He doesn't have any advantage against that murderer. Don't worry about committing crimes. Unlicensed possession of those are highly illegal, and I'm sure you won't be turning me in. As for if you want to use them, well, I've already gone so far. Allow me to commit crimes with a clean conscience, will you? Kind of sincerely, Padfoot. Note: if you take the blame, I will have to brew it myself. Believe me, I can. I have some extra lying around. Lily shook her head. Oh, serious, how many times do I have to get you out of trouble? She groaned. Of all the things that he had to give his godson for a birthday present, it had to be that. Couldn't he have selected just about anything else? Wait, no, he was Sirius Black. She knew why he did what he did, of course. He was right about Harry needing an advantage, but twisting her arm so that she had no choice but to follow his plan. This was reckless and stupid, both of which described him perfectly. She still remembered brewing the Animagnus potion for those foolish boys, making them swear to not bully Snape anymore. A fitting trade, if she was a good judge at all. She did get the recipe from him, so she didn't ask for anything else. A rat, a stag, a wolf, and a dog. Scoundrels, all of them. But the stag stole her heart, so she couldn't curse them too much. The rat was her only regret. Lily wished she had seen his treachery. The wreck, Ipe, was really not as complicated as she had thought in the beginning. The hard part was gathering ingredients. Mandrake leaves were what took them the longest, with James and her spending almost an entire year slaving away for them. They gave them to Sirius. Apparently he had transferred them to Gringotts. She sighed. If the Death Eaters were not running loose, a wizard breaking into Gringotts and stealing nothing would be all over the Daily Prophet. But the Mandrake leaves, how would she get them back? If any of the goblins saw her with it. She shivered. Azkaban was empty now, but the mini Stry would surely find another place for criminals. Newmangard perhaps. Lily couldn't be sure how, but Sirius had broken into Gringotts to drop off Mandrake leaves, and now, it was her job to get them out without being caught. Or be sent to prison. She held her head in her hands. Would it kill Sirius to stay out of trouble? Chapter 23. This way, the goblin said, touching the wood door. It disappeared, and Lily walked through. Gringotts had never ceased to amaze her, be it the extensive paranoia of their security system or greed of their bankers. But then, they ran the wizarding economy, so it wasn't her place to complain. Have you found anything that was stolen? Lily asked. The goblin shook his head. We do not keep records of how much is in a vault. He said. Probably because it was never necessary, Lily assumed. I'll have to check to make sure nothing was stolen. Lily realized. Yes, he replied. The vault was large, an endless pile of gold stretching as far as her eyes could see. Lily bit her lip. What? How am I supposed to check? She demanded, looking at the mountain of wealth James had left her. She sighed. Of all the things James could have left her, it was this. The goblin appeared sheepish. If that was possible, perhaps see if any important personal items were lost. He asked. And why would anyone flip through my Gringotts vault for personal items? Lily asked. A silence ensued as the goblin's face became more green. You have our apologies, Mrs. Potter. We will be relocating a few dragons as guards. But we cannot offer anything else. He said. Lily sighed. I don't blame your bank, Griphook. It must have had many security measures, I'm sure. Don't worry about it, I see that the gold is still here. But I have a small favor to ask, if you don't mind. Of course, Mrs. Potter. What would you like? He asked. I've been taking some mandrake leaves lately to prepare brewing a potion. They are useful for many, but one of which can draw the entirely wrong type of attention if word gets out. I'm not planning on breaking the law, of course, but still, she was cut off. Of course, Mrs. Potter. You have my word that nobody else will find out. Mandrake leaves. You said. Yes, yes, come here. Griphook moved forward, digging a few tattered leaves out of a large pile of gold. He found a bag to stuff them inside, and handed them to Lily. Thank you, Griphook, she said, preparing to leave. Perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. Then, she saw the dog. A bark sounded as a large black dog bounded towards her, fur-matted and wet. She saw a few bruises on its skin, and several cuts on its paws. It was panting, haunches raised as it came close. If this was any other dog she may have been shocked, but she recognized this one. Padfoot, she whispered without thinking. She spun towards Griphook. I certainly don't remember a dog in my Gringotts vault, she exclaimed. He looked at Lily, then at the dog. I don't either, he said, walking forward. I'm sorry, Mrs. Potter. Here, let me, The black dog leapt with a growl, and Griphook fell with a yelp. Lily snarled, and rushed forward. Flipendo, she shouted. The dog flew back with a crash. Idiot, she muttered under her breath. It's just a dog, Griphook, leave him. I don't suppose your defenses were meant to protect against your animals, it was probably just a false alarm. Lily said. Griphook stared. But, how? Lily shrugged. Don't ask me, I don't work here. This one must have been very smart, or very lucky. I can't say which, but it would not be a regular occurrence. Whatever the case, I'm taking him, she said, scooping him up. Mrs. Potter. Griphook protested. She glared. This dog was found in my vault, Griphook, so he's mine. Now, leave me in peace please. Unless you think he stole something. Griphook opened his mouth, then closed it. As you wish, Mrs. Potter, he said, bowing. The goblin scrambled out of sight. Her glare turned to Sirius, still a dog. Well, she demanded. She heard what might have been a chuckle or a pant. So you did come. I was afraid you might come late and leave me to break out. He barked. This was not the first time Lily wanted to switch him with her wand. You idiot. What were you thinking, breaking into Gringotts to force me to come? Why did you have to stay? How long have you been doing this? She growled in his face. Sirius shrunk back. Well, I just wanted to, get a surprise ready. He said. You fool, why couldn't you have just told me? I'm no idiot, I would have agreed. Lily screamed. Sirius nearly bit out his own tongue. I didn't know that. Besides, I did this hundreds of times before. He mumbled. Oh, have you now? Lily asked. He yelped. No, I was joking. Just a bad joke, I hope so, Lily said, dragging him on the ground by the tail. Now let's get out of here. I will be visiting a potions master, and you will be staying out of trouble. If I catch you doing something like this again. Her words hung in the air as Sirius barked for mercy, his fine black coat of fur becoming rugged against the vault floor. Chapter 24. Hush now, Harry, there are classes going on near us. Why are we at Hogwarts, Mommy? Harry asked. The school was so familiar to him, yet so strange. He had vaguely remembered his visit to Dumbledore's office. But this castle was huge. Massive towers and innumerable classrooms all hidden away from prying eyes by a stone wall. He could hear nearby students chatting the halls, or practicing spells in their own classrooms. They seemed not very happy, no. But free of care and worry, while Voldemort ran amok to wreak havoc upon the wizarding world. It had been a few months now, and the Ministry still hadn't released an official statement regarding Death Eaters. It was as if the breakout had never happened, and Voldemort was still dead. But through the clamor of shuffling feet and muttered curses he could hear whispers, passed to any ear that would care to hear. They say volume, I mean, you know who, he's back. The head Auror says that it might be a Horcrux, but the Ministry refuses to listen. Harry heard one whisper, No, he can't be. The headmaster said that he was dead. Killed by the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Look, that's him. It's Harry Potter. The whisper became a shout. Well, aren't you famous? He heard Magnus laugh. Harry knew he probably should have not stopped walking, but he did so anyway. The entire hall became silent as all eyes swung to them. A few students dropped their books. He saw one girl drop a plate she was carrying. It fell to the floor with a clang, shattering into 1,000 pieces on the ground in front of him. Reparo, Lily said, pointing her wand. The plate repaired itself, though the meal did not. She stared at Harry's mother, and her face turned white as if she had seen a ghost. Do you know where Severus Snape is? Lily asked, handing it back. Scorify. The meal that laid splattered on the floor vanished. Professor Snape is, in the potions classroom. She stuttered, almost falling over. Thank you, Lily said, pulling Harry behind her as she walked, ignoring the stares from the many students that had gathered. Why are you standing there? Should you bow, maybe, shake a few hands? Magnus suggested. Harry wasn't quite sure if that was a joke. Harry scanned the looks of the students around him. He saw awe, admiration, fear, and all three. Mommy, Lily smiled. It's the students, isn't it? Don't think about them too much, she said, pulling harder. Harry was half dragged past the onlookers, and they arrived at the dungeons. For a school that calls itself the best in the wizarding world, they sure faced budget issues. Instead of having an actual lab for potions, they received what should have been a jail cell instead. I won't be surprised if the old man is honing funds to pay for that order of his, given the state of the school. Magnus said. The dungeons were cold, so cold that Harry found his robes too thin. Inside, he could hear screaming that chilled his blood. Over the screams he could hear a young boy's sobbing, and Harry bit his lip. They couldn't have arrived at the wrong place, could they? As they drew closer, Harry began tightening his fingers around his mother's hand. A joke, you say? Perhaps I should hang you above a tree by the underwear too. Or do you lack a sense of humor too? He heard a voice growl. Please, Professor, I won't again, never. Harry heard, and Lily covered a smile as she rapped on the door. Severus, she asked. Harry heard a pause. Today is your lucky day, brat. Now get out of my sight before I change my mind. 30 points from Gryffindor. He saw the boy burst out the door, his eyes red and awash with tears. He looked like a spirit that escaped from hell, disbelieving at his own freedom. Lily walked inside with Harry, shutting the door behind her. It's been a long time, Severus, Lily said. Chapter 25. It was something of a joy to finally see her childhood friend again. Severus Snape was a thin man, his face sallow and eyes cold. His hair framed his face, covered in more grease than she would find on one of those chicken drumsticks Petunia loved so much. There was something lost about his eyes, so lacking in emotion they almost seemed dead. But they changed as soon as he saw her. Lily, he breathed, trying to stand up but stumbling. He froze mid-air, almost as if an invisible chair had appeared under him. She chuckled. I did expect some change, but it seems like you're the same Severus the first remember. I didn't bring any Honeyduke's chocolate. I'm afraid Harry might steal it all if I did. When he spoke it was almost as if he were being strangled. 7 years, Lily. It's been 7 years, he said, his voice shaking. I can count, you know. Now, come here and meet my son, Harry, Lily said, pushing him forward. Hello Severus, Harry said, some cheer in his voice. Lily coughed. I'm afraid I set a bad example. Harry, this is Professor Snape. Hello Professor Snape, Harry corrected. Hello, he said, and he relaxed. In that moment he looked like a starving man given a meal, or a freezing man finding a fire. A smile formed on his face. Tired, painful, but happy. She had always loved seeing it. It reminded her of those times they would board the Hogwarts Express together, young children on the way to a school teaching magic. Simpler times. I'm sorry, he said, his breath catching in his throat as he looked at her. I shouldn't have called you that. He flinched, as if expecting her to lash out. She chuckled. Oh, you still remember that? It's nothing, Severus. We were children and children say foolish things. I still haven't apologized either, you know. You did, she yelped as Severus fell into his chair, as if the life had drained out of him. She had seen him leaving his home, bruises on his face and blood on his cheeks. She had seen him thrown down in the mud by James and Sirius, and harassed by every student in school. Never had she seen him cry. Not even close. So, you forgive me? Severus asked, voice shrouded in disbelief. Lily gave him a soft smile. There wasn't anything to forgive, Severus. I'll have to ask for your forgiveness for what I said. Are we still friends? Of course. In that moment it was as if a mountain had lifted off of his shoulders, and his eyes shined with a light she had never seen since his youth. He seemed young, for once. It was ridiculous, she knew, to call a man of 20 old, but that was how she had seen him for the longest time. Slumped over the table like an elder half dead. The lines faded away from his face, and he sat up as if awake from a long sleep. I would like to say that I came here just to talk to you, but I really need a favor right now. Can you help me, Severus? Lily asked. His back straightened. Anything, he said, looking at his face, the confidence of his eyes. She believed it. She knew that if she told him to do anything he would. She pulled the mandrake leaves out of her pocket and laid them on the table. I need you to brew a potion for Harry. For a birthday present. His expression changed. Mandrake leaves. His eyes flashed. Please, tell me that this is not what I think it is. Harry needs an advantage against him, or he will end up like his father. A way to escape should his life ever be at threat. Yes, I need you to brew an animagus potion. It will be his best chance of survival in case everything goes wrong. Lily said. His eyes hardened, and they became so much like marble for a moment Lily almost thought he was a statue. So that's how it is, he said, his voice growing colder. Her eyes widened. What do you mean by that, Severus? Every time you do something like this it's for the same thing. He growled, his hands balling in fists. Brew this potion. Teach me to do this, Severus, teach me to do that. Help me with this, we're friends are we not? Of course, I have no possible reason for being your friend anymore. But please do keep yourself alive so I can use you again next time. It must be fun, isn't it? How does it compare to watching your precious James play Quidditch? There was a mad glint in his eye now. His face twisted in a furious rage. Lily paled. How can you say that? Severus, you can't possibly. You dare deny it. You come whenever you need me and leave after you do. You play with me like a Quidditch ball and toy with my emotions. And you deny it. Spit flew from his mouth. He sat down, the strength draining from his voice. Lily opened her mouth to refute his words, but found that she couldn't. Was he right? Of course not. But, was he? Get out of my sight. He panted, a derisive sneer crossing his face. And never come back. His voice faded to a whisper. She walked forward. He raised his wand, shakily pointing it at her face. Don't come any closer. I'll curse you. Don't think I won't. She walked closer. You won't ever hurt me, Severus. Something flashed in his eyes. Sectum Sempra, he said. Chapter 26. Harry screamed, running forward. No, stop, Harry. This is between me and the professor. Lily said. An invisible force knocked him to the ground. And he saw Lily, standing with several cuts on her body. Snape had pointed his wand directly at his head, and Harry grimaced, unable to get up. Don't get any closer, Snape said, voice rising. Lily walked forward, stumbling as several more cuts appeared on her face. They were deep, Harry could see, cutting to the bone. He struggled, punching and kicking against the invisible force that held him down. Stop, Harry, you can't help in the state you're in. He heard Magnus say. Please, Severus, I didn't mean to, she tried. He cut her off. What you meant was meaningless. Now get out before I kill you. Get out, he roared. I can't, he screamed internally. I have to. She's my mother. He's going to kill her. Harry saw her continue walking, the cuts getting deeper and deeper. I know you care about me, Severus. Please don't do this, she said, some moisture dripping down her cheek. Harry thought it was blood, but blood never glistened like that. It was a tear. Don't worry, he won't. Believe me, he heard Magnus say. Harry struggled more, trying to feel his way around the invisible force that bound him, using his magic to no avail. It was like trying to lift a mountain off of the ground. Impossible and foolhardy. He didn't respond, silently raising his wand once more. I'm sorry, Severus. I really should have. She fell, blood gurgling from her mouth and drowning out her words. Harry screamed again, pushing with all his strength but unable to stand. The spell broke. Harry ran forward, clutching her mother's body in the pile of blood that streamed onto the floor in a river. He saw Snape approach, and snarled, trying to cast a spell with his hands. A weak fizzle of light was all he could manage. Snape dropped to his knees, and began healing her. Horror had clouded his eyes, and his wand jerked in his hand as if wanting to leave. No, 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 he heard him say. Harry saw Lily open her eyes, and her mouth opened as if to speak, but then closed. The cuts and scrapes began fading away, but her blood still pooled on the floor. Her face had turned pale, whiter than the snow during winter. She sputtered, trying to say something. Snape hurried to his desk, uncorking a potion of sorts. Its liquid was as red as blood, and some of it spilled as he hurried over, pressing it to her lips. Some color returned to her face as she drank, her eyes focusing on Snape. Harry watched, wanting to attack but not interrupt. So he sat there. His scar was glowing, pulsing with the green light that he remembered from the killing curse. Magnus began prodding at his head, trying to take control. Harry let him, his mind numb. As he lost power, his eyes glowed an unnatural green, like a streetlight switching colors. They shone through the dark dungeon like the eyes of a demon, looking at Snape with a glare nothing short of menacing. Oh, Lily, Lily, I'm sorry, I didn't, he tried, but she cut him off this time. I know what you meant, Severus. It's fine. Harry, clean up for us, will you? We wouldn't want anyone seeing this. She gestured at the blood. The glow in his eyes faded as Magnus left, and Harry grabbed his wand. Scorify, he said, pointing towards the ground. His eyes never left Snape. I'm sorry for how I acted when I was younger. I never really thanked you either. You were a good friend, Severus. Lily said. Her eyes were glazed over. She yawned, as if sleepy. I asked for a potion, and you gave me the wrong one. Take me to the infirmary. I'll be fine. Take care of Harry, will you? I'll be back soon, she said. Snape gave a limp nod before she passed out. Chapter 27. Why did you do that? Harry asked, unable to think of a better question. Snape sighed, looking at him with empty eyes. Your mother is a good person, Harry. Kind and forgiving. They get taken advantage of. They do, he heard Magnus agree. John and Lilith, they were nice to me. When I was a child, I remember seeing them in the streets, handing out bowls of soup to the homeless people. Harry ignored him. Magnus droned again as he always did. She trusted you. She thought you were her friend. You are a bad person. Yes, I am Harry, Snape said. And he died there, a knife through his eye, without as much as a scream. She didn't even have the chance to cry when they came for her. Harry sat, staring at him with a glare. Do not call me that, he said. A chill ran up his spine at Magnus' words. What was he talking about? He heard a sigh in his head. Do you ever listen? He shook it aside as Snape spoke up. I'm sorry, Potter, but I'm afraid you have no choice but to stay with me now. The infirmary is not a nursery, he said. And this place is? Harry challenged. No, but it is a classroom, and you can start learning early. Lily wants an animagus potion for you, so you are no regular child. I can see that too, but don't for a second think that I'm one of the fools that believe you've killed the Dark Lord. You are not ordinary. I mean to find out how much, Snape said. Harry heard a bustling sound as a few students walked in. They were in their teenage years, probably second-year students if he were to guess. His eyes widened. You're having me stay for a potions lesson. If you would like, I can also find you pens to draw. If Harry had not seen it himself, he would have never believed this was the same Snape who had cried in front of his mother. I'll participate in the lesson, Harry said. The students filled the room, and Snape turned towards them. The students quieted as his gaze rested on them. Silent and watchful. For your practice test today, we will be brewing potions for house points, he said. You may choose any formula for 3 potions. The first third to finish all of them gain 10 points. And the last third lose 10. We will be having a guest today, he said, pointing his wand at Harry. This is Harry Potter, who I am sure you have all heard about. He is 4 years old, and I will be teaching him personally for this lesson. I expect all of you to finish before he does. Those who fail to do so, lose 30 points. Snape said, waving his wand. A sheet of paper appeared on each student's desk. Begin. Harry looked at the copy on Snape's desk. There were 3 potions listed. A laughing potion, a shrinking potion, and a healing potion. He turned to Snape. Are there instructions anywhere? He asked helplessly. Brew the potions. Snape replied. Very helpful, Harry thought. He noticed a few students pulling out notes, and his eyes shot up. He ran off like a shark smelling blood. Snatching a paper and a pen, he ran around looking at the notes. A jumble of ingredients for each one with their effects listed below. The handwriting was difficult to see from a distance. So Harry got closer, taking a peek at each before running to another. Did you keep track? Harry asked in his head. Warmblood, Dittany, Dragon Liver. Magnus began listing them all. It helped, but not much. Snape had left a large pile of ingredients in the center of the dungeon, and Harry didn't need a second glance to know that there was more than the required ingredients for all of the 3 he needed to brew. At least one of every student had chosen a potion to start with, and they were memorizing the ingredients from the looks of it. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed another student fetching ingredients. Not knowing what else to do, Harry did the same. As if on cue, half the class stood up to fetch theirs. As he went back, Harry took note of who sat down and what other ingredients were gathered. Harry looked at the other student, watching him stir the pot as he added in ingredients. Counterclockwise, wait no, clockwise again. He lifted his arm, wait no. That was to scratch his ear. Dragon liver, now, Warmblood, yes, stir some more. Magnus said. Harry followed. Soon, the cauldron began glistening, and the liquid became blood red. Well, I think we may have done it. Harry saw Snape give a stiff nod at the student that had brewed his potion successfully, before coming to him. He held his breath. Snape raised an eyebrow. Quote, I'll be surprised if you don't burn out your tongue drinking that, Potter, try again. Harry gave a frustrated nod before running off to memorize the ingredients for the next potion. Chapter 28, Lee. Lee entered the potions classroom to a chorus of cheering and complaints. Come on, Harry, one more. Clockwise now. It was a bizarre sight to say the very least. Her little Harry was standing atop a stool, stirring a cauldron with furious strength as the other students shouted advice. She blinked, rubbing her eyes. But it was no dream. Last one, Dragon's liver, we did it. The cheer was taken up by several other students as Lily walked inside. For once, the attention was not on her. Instead, all eyes were on Harry Potter. She saw Severus walk over. Do you know what the punishment is for cheating on a test, Potter? She heard him ask. Harry stared up with an innocent smile on his face. Of course not, Professor, I've never gone to Hogwarts before. Severus had a grin on his face. The same grin Lily remembered when he caught James in trouble. Ah, that's true. I suppose it's unfair to punish you then. He turned to the other students. 30 points from every student that helped Potter cheat, he said. Cries of protest rose from the crowd. Hey, no fair. This is just a practice test. Besides, you never even taught him how to brew. One reasoned. Several students murmured agreement. If he wanted help, then he should have asked. 10 points from Gryffindor for talking back to a teacher, Weasley. Severus said. But, he protested. 5 more points from Gryffindor. Severus continued. He shut his mouth. Wait, Professor. Harry spoke up. Do you have something to add, Potter? Severus' grin widened. You mentioned taking points away from those who finished after me, Harry said, gesturing towards those who were still brewing. Lily took a glance, and she covered a chuckle. Most had the green and silver robes of a Slytherin. I count 5 Slytherins, 3 Hufflepuffs, and a Gryffindor. That's 150 points from Slytherin, 90 from Hufflepuff, and 30 from Gryffindor, right, Professor? Harry asked. Severus's face turned as green as his house colors. You cheated, Potter. It would be unfair to punish them, no. Hey, wait a moment now. Harry protested. When I asked you for instructions, you said to brew the potion. You never mentioned I couldn't have other students helping me. The room fell silent. Those who learn at Hogwarts must also learn the rules, Severus said. Harry nodded. But I'm not a student of Hogwarts, Professor. Or a student in your class. I'm just a guest, as you said, right? Doesn't everyone remember Professor Snape saying that? A chorus of yes and yeah answered him. I don't see the rules anywhere either, Harry pointed out, looking around the classroom. Indeed, there was none. My apologies, but I forgot to teach little Harry the rules here. Lily spoke up. I had an unfortunate accident, and made a trip to the infirmary. She gave Severus a glare. He sighed. 150 points from Slytherin, 90 from Hufflepuff, and 30 from Gryffindor. Class dismissed, he said. A cheer in the room followed the declaration. Lily made her way to Harry past numerous students and stairs, and had to wait for the crowd patting Harry's shoulders and head to move. She caught a few resentful glares from the Slytherins as they passed by, but none too hostile. Next time you use dark magic on me, Severus, I'm leaving. Lily chided, taking a seat on his chair and putting her arms on the desk. Lily, please, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, he said weakly, looking more like a dog than Sirius could ever hope to be. You didn't mean to point your wand at me and cast a spell that could have led to me being maimed or killed, it just slipped out of your mouth like last time. Would it be safer to have you gagged? With soap perhaps, she asked. Severus swallowed. Please, not that, it reminds me of. He stopped as Lily began laughing. Oh Severus, please don't tell me you think you're the only person who can be sarcastic. Now, take a joke and stop acting like your father just beat you. Unless he did, then I'll have to go visit him and give him a few reminders. He looked down on the ground. You really don't, Lily sighed. Considering everything I've done to you without realizing it, I think it was fair. Now stop talking about it please, there's no need to leave a reminder every time we meet. Of course, he said, relief filling his face. Now, about the potion. You'll need Harry with you, of course, and a few lessons on general potions would be helpful now that I think of it. Would you mind? She asked, giving him her brightest smile. He melted like wax before a candle. Of course, I'll teach young Harry and help prepare the potion. His face twisted into a grimace. But I'm no parent, Lily, don't expect me to be serious. Thank you, Severus. I wish you luck on learning on the task, Merlin knows you need it. You don't have to be as good as Harry, but as long as you are serious enough about it I will be satisfied. See you on the weekends, she said, giving him a peck on the cheek. She dismissed herself, leaving a confused Harry and a bamboozled Severus. Chapter 29. Harry groaned as the potion bubbled and failed once more. A hiss filled the air as if a rattlesnake were nearby, and he jumped back as some of the liquid leapt to the ceiling of the dungeons. He heard Snape point his wand and mutter something before it dissipated. What did I do wrong this time? He asked. You stirred the wrong way, Harry. Snape replied. You said counterclockwise. Harry protested. Counterclockwise unless the potion begins shaking and trembling. In which case you must add in 3 more toad eyes. Snape responded. Harry sighed. He had thought potions would be the easiest subject. It was just throwing random ingredients into a pot and stirring. Or so he thought. It had more in common with chemistry than he may have believed, but it was so much harder. The wizarding world had so many ingredients, all of WH. It reacted differently given the combinations of materials and stirring patterns Harry used. Even the heat of the cauldron had to be changed every minute. The basic potions were not so difficult. Throw in a few random things, pour water, and he would be finished. If only it stayed that way. In advanced potion making, it was so much more complicated. Every action held meaning, be it the stirring, pattern and direction of Harry's spoon or heat of the fire. Certain ingredients had to be added at different times based on the potion, and even that could change if Harry made a single slip-up. The most infuriating part was that slip-ups were so common that they were expected. A second's difference between adding an ingredient or putting out the fire could mean success or failure for the potion. And even a moment's lapse of concentration could have devastating effects. One time, Harry had been a minute away from finishing a stamina potion before it exploded from him adding an ingredient. Not to the wrong one either. Just 10 seconds too early. Mistakes costed Harry, and not just in terms of gold either. If he added a certain ingredient a second later than he should have, the potion's quality would plummet. What should have revived a man half dead would only heal a scrape on their knee. To fix that, he would have to use more ingredients to calm the potion down and revitalize it, in Snape's words. But doing so meant time, resources, and worst of all, even more mistakes. Snape wasn't about to waste time and money on Harry either. If he used up resources to brew a potion, Snape would take it to sell it and recover what gold Harry lost from using the ingredients. Often, that meant hours brewing mundane and basic bottles of magic water. During that time, Snape would of course brew his own. Harry couldn't help but feel jealousy when he saw Snape bottling potion after potion with spotless precision before stuffing them on a rack. Meanwhile, Harry made every possible mistake there could be and had to restart. What took Snape minutes took Harry hours, and he almost thought of quitting. But if he did, there would be nothing to do except stare at Snape, and Harry wanted nothing more than to wipe that superior sneer off his greasy face. But Harry was a new potioneer and Snape was a master of the trade, and the differences were clear as night and day. Where Snape's movements were little more than muscle memory, Harry struggled. When he thought a potion a success, Snape chided at his failure. That was not even mentioning the increasing debt Harry had brought upon himself with usage of expensive ingredients. This was, of course, all while Snape took baths in gold. Harry even remembered remarking about the value of the potions he had made once. "Come on now, Professor. I'm willing to bet that I have brewed enough potions to buy Hogwarts already." To which Snape had responded, "And you've cost me enough to buy it twice, Harry." That had shut him up. Whether or not it was true, Harry was not determined to find out. It very well could have been potions sold for more than the cost of their ingredients. That is, if the potion maker was skilled enough to not botch every other attempt. Harry could not manage it yet, but he promised himself that he would try. So he tried, and when he failed, tried some more. He memorized recipes during the day and practiced at noon, pestering Snape with questions whenever he was available. At night he brewed and brewed until he could buy himself a house and woke up early the next day to lose it all. He kept on losing money, until he stopped. Chapter 30. Harry took a breath. "Done, Professor," he shouted. The entire class groaned. Snape walked over, and with a look at the potion nodded. "None of you will be receiving any points today," he announced. Harry's grin split his face. It had become something of a contest between him and the first-year students now, seeing who could brew potions faster. Snape had taken away points from them first if Harry finished before them, but a conversation with Professor McGonagall had ended that practice after Harry began beating entire classes. His aptitude with potions became something of a school legend, though many students complained of hundreds of points being lost in a matter of weeks. "Come on, Professor. You can't expect us to beat him, he's Harry Potter. He could beat Voldemort in a duel without a wand, for Merlin's sake." Harry heard a student complain. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Duel. More like take a hit and live. But nobody could correct the rumor, or believe Harry. So it spread like a wildfire. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Potter has practiced potions for 1 week, Weasley. I can expect more from my students, I'm sure. He's had you teaching him personally. I don't think he's been sleeping the past few days. We've all seen him in the library browsing books 4th years shouldn't be reading." "This is unfair," he protested. "If you would like remedial classes, I'm sure I can accommodate 2 students instead of 1. Snape offered. Bill Weasley shut his mouth. Several glares landed on Harry. He responded with the most innocent smile he could manage. Had he been sleeping? To tell the truth, not much. Much less than a child his age should. In this time he practiced, learned, and brewed. If he had kept track of he may have realized that he had spent more time brewing potions than the second years had spent learning about them, and it paid off. While he refused to acknowledge it, Snape had been a good teacher. His methods were rather harsh sometimes, but it got the job done. Harry probably learned more from a few minutes of his teaching than hours at the library. Still, He wasn't always available, and made it very clear when he felt Harry was wasting his time. He flinched as he remembered that cold gaze on his face, enough to freeze an open flame. A smile came to Snape's face as he looked at Harry. It was a proud smile, like a father looking at his accomplished son. "Potter has learned well," he said. "Unlike you lot of fools," his voice implied. Harry's smile became more guilty as he saw the other students wilt. He couldn't blame them, they had been completely destroyed by a 4-year-old child. It couldn't bode well for confidence. But it was some measure of encouragement for Harry, who had suffered nothing but sneers and complaints from Snape from the past few days. He railed at Harry like a landlord after the rent. If he had not brewed enough potions to drown an elephant, Snape's glare may have burned him alive. His debt, despite not increasing, was huge. Knowing this, Harry continued brewing as Snape surveyed the class, the process of mixing a healing potion almost second nature to him. He would have loved to experiment, but the prospect of a giant explosion or irreversible transformation was enough to dissuade him. So he focused on his task, keeping an ear out for any tips Snape may have. Most of which he already knew, but it couldn't hurt. He brewed his 20th potion by the time Snape dismissed the class. "I see that your potion quality has increased, Alha. Way to include that in a bid for higher prices," he commented. Harry looked at him. "That isn't all," he said. Snape never came to him just to give idle compliments. Snape nodded. "It's time you started brewing your animagus potion," he said. Harry's mouth dropped open. "Now, Professor, I barely know the basics. What if I mess up?" he protested. "You have practiced enough to have a reasonable chance of success. I can review the potion after you finish, but the brewing must be done by yourself. The Dark Lord's return looms. If you do not have it soon, you may never be able to." Snape said, "You must suck on the mandrake's leaves for a month before using it. You should be ready by then. I will handle the other ingredients." "Is it worth it?" Harry asked. "An animagus potion will allow you to transform into any one animal you choose at will, Harry. It is worth several times the cost in mandrake leaves, a fortune in gold already. If you fail you must wait several months, perhaps longer. But if you succeed," Snape's eyes became intense, "it alone may save your life dozens of times over." Harry pondered it. "Any animal. Can it be magical? What if I want to be a dragon?" he asked. Snape tilted his head. "I see that you have no small ambitions." "No, not anything. If you wish to become a magical creature you must have something from them. Blood, hair, flesh, claws or something similar. It must be fresh, and in no small quantity. I would advise that you give up on the idea," he continued. "However, if you are intent on getting a dragon form you should speak to your mother. There are those within the ministry who may be able to support you." "All right to Mom," Harry decided. Chapter 31. Lily awoke to the pecking of an owl. A large brown creature with disheveled hair was slamming its beak into the side of her desk, a letter in her claws. Its matted fur ringed its face, and she rubbed her eyes. "Severus?" she asked, covering a yawn. The owl really took after its master. It did take some time to see the difference though, with all the dark patches covering her vision. She tossed it a galleon, and regretted it immediately. Where had the thing dropped the letter? She half dug, half sorted through her papers before finding the envelope she was looking for. Turning on a light, she read the contents. "Dear Mommy, Professor Snape has been teaching me how to brew potions. And I've been doing very well with him. He says that I'm just as good as any third-year student in his classes. I'll be brewing the Animagus potion, and I think I want to be a dragon. Professor Snape says you need something fresh from a magical creature to become them as an Animagni. Can you bring me one next month? Love, Harry." Lily managed a smile. Her Harry was really growing up. Third-year skill already. She knew he learned fast, but wasn't this a little too much? But Severus was a good teacher, so maybe she was being silly. Severus. He still didn't have the courage to write her a letter. Lily giggled as she thought of it. 15 years, and he was still the same boy she met at the park. If she asked he could cut through a dozen wizards before blinking twice. But if she tried to wait for a written letter she would die of old age. The only time he had asked for her was when he threatened to sleep in front of Gryffindor Tower, and even then she had to storm out and confront him. He never could gather the courage to send her anything except smitten looks. Lily always wondered why Severus was anything but a coward. If James didn't have 3 other fools with him, he would not dare try his wand. He would be lying in a heap in a heartbeat. It seemed funny at times. Severus was like an unbreakable sheet of metal that melted whenever she drew close. Had everyone else not confirmed it, she would have never suspected quiet, gentle Severus Snape to join the Death Eaters. He should have been just another one of those unfortunate victims James picked on. Only, he fought back. If only he had shown the same courage to her. If he did, she might be, no, she would not soil James's memory. Some thoughts were better left undisturbed. Now, dragons. Lily tapped her cheek. Where could she find those? Finding a hatchling for Harry may do more harm than good, and there was no way she would allow him to go hunting for them on his own. No, she needed a healthy adult dragon. Transforming into a newborn would not have the same advantage. Maybe she could call in a favor from the Dragon Research and Restraint Department. Or perhaps send a bribe. Either way, she would see Harry get his dragon. You're awake, Lily heard from behind her. She turned around to see Rufus, holding a few potions. Rufus, did you forget how to knock? She sighed. He gave a guilty smile. I expected you to be asleep. So you took the opportunity to sneak into my room? She asked indignantly. Well, if you were not awake you could use some of these, and if you were then you would need them even more. He said, pushing his potions towards her. She drank. Invigoration draft. Not weak either. Where did you get this? She asked, feeling her senses return to her. The students at Hogwarts are being assigned suspiciously useful potions for once, and we have decided to take advantage of the fact. He said. Lily snorted. She could see the image of Severus writing instructions on the board. Changing the potions from academic to utility. Get some more, none of us will be sleeping these days. She said, looking down at the reports again. The Death Eaters were like a serpent without a shadow sometimes, leaving nothing for the Aurors to find. Sometimes they rushed to a meeting spot to find it unoccupied. Other times, they would discover a trap waiting for them. A good quarter of the Aurors had been incapacitated already. As if Lily needed any more work on her desk. She sighed. When is Fudge going to do something? We can't continue like this. She shouted. Rufus put his hand on her shoulder again. Lily, you know how he is sometimes. That's no excuse and you know it, Rufus. We need him to act now. By the time his wits find him, there won't be any Aurors left. I'll speak. He cut her off. I've tried, Lily. Believe me, we have no choice but to wait. As long as Fudge is Minister of Magic we must be patient and find a way to convince him. He said. Lily sighed, balling her fists and gritting her teeth. He shouldn't be. The fool, she muttered. Rufus raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting a mutiny? He asked. Yes, she replied, surprising herself with her sincerity. He laughed. It was rumbling and powerful, like a mountain shaking during an earthquake. Through it, Lily could hear shuffling. Robes dragged across. Carpet and doors opened as witches and wizards flooded the room, all Aurors. Her colleagues. I told you she would agree. Lily heard one say. Her gaze swung from one Auror to another. Moody, Kingsley, Proudfoot. Merlin's beard. That had to be everyone she knew of in the office. What is this? Lily demanded. Rufus smiled with a lion's majesty and strength. An invitation, Lily. We are planning a coup. Chapter 32. A coup, Lily repeated, using reason. The two words could not fit together in the same sentence. Perhaps Fudge will see what must be done, if we could all arrive to convince him. Rufus said, I don't know about Fudge, but I should say you've failed to convince me. No, we've already sent letters. You've spoken to his face already, Rufus. You know this better than I do. We all know how Fudge is. He won't pick up a wand unless Voldemort himself was knocking on his door. No, he must be removed. For the greater good, Lily said, her words hard as steel. Fudge is, he tried, but she cut him off. An incompetent fool the Death Eaters didn't care to kill. They were gone, yes, but now they are back. Fudge can do what he pleases when there are no dark wizards running loose. We must act now, she shouted. He flinched. It's worth a try, Lily. We all lost friends and family, James wasn't. Her eyes glowed like molten gems. This is about the entire wizarding community. Do you suppose we can stand by now and watch children die again, as they had in the last wizarding war? This is not about James, or anyone we lost, she said. It's about Harry and those that will be lost. She added in silence, I see that we agree on one thing, Fudge must be removed. Well, what are we waiting for? Lily demanded. Rufus took a breath. We need a new minister, Lily. Hard times call for strong leaders, and without someone to guide the wizarding community during these dark times we may well strike at our shadows while the Death Eaters creep up behind us. Lily nodded, feeling her emotions cooling. Albus, she said. She saw a few nods from the ORBs. There was nobody better, and they all knew that. Rufus frowned. He rejected the position when it was last offered. Then again, even during the Dark Lord's reign of terror. Lily gritted her teeth. Well, there are many others. Kingsley, Minerva, you. We could send letters, maybe ask. She suggested. Rufus sighed. You think too highly of everyone, don't you see, Lily? Dumbledore fears his own power as if it were Grindelwald's returning ghost. Nobody else here could match you know who either. The Death Eaters have escaped. And we are outnumbered 4-1, if not more. Even worse, the Horcruxes. He shivered. Lily bit her lip as the entire room seemed to drop in temperature. If it is true that he has created one, which it is, she implied, it can be found and destroyed. Albus will know more, we can consult him. If we must, we can kill him again and again for the next millennia. She shuddered at her own words. If the few years of peace were anything to make an estimate from, there would be no wizards alive to oppose him by the end of the decade. The room seemed to brighten with some level of hope. However vain, Lily hoped it would prove true. Merlin's beard, she didn't believe her own words. We must seek him out, speak with him. If Albus refuses the position he may suggest another. The wizarding world's fate rests within him. If he cannot find a way, nobody can. She said. Why say so, Lily? I believe that there is a better candidate for minister, and many here agree. He said. His words were careful, as if he were dancing on cracked ice. Do tell, Lily said, reaching for another potion. Merlin knew she needed it. You, he said. She dropped the potion. A shatter echoed throughout the room as it exploded into 1,000 pieces. The liquid stained the ground a rusty orange. What? She asked, standing up. It was not Dumbledore who defeated him, Lily. It was you. It was not any of us who defied him thrice and lived, it was you. It is not any of us that shall raise the one to vanquish the Dark Lord, it is you. You knew. Her voice shook like a tree during a storm. He told you. Rufus continued, ignoring her. You are the mother of the boy who lived, Lily. You are the one who will raise the bane of the Dark Lord. Harry Potter, the child of prophecy. The Dark Lord has killed all that opposed him, but not you. You have defied him 4 times and even defeated him once. Who better to lead the wizarding world? Who better to organize a resistance? He asked. Lily's mouth dropped open. She could not have been more shocked if lightning struck her head. The ORBs support you, and nobody else. You are, by far, the best choice. He raised his wand, and his roar was louder than any lion she had heard. We nominate Lily Potter as the Minister of Magic. Chapter 33. Mom is the Minister? Harry asked. He nearly swallowed tea. He mandrake leaves as he took a gulp of water. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his fingers, but the paper's contents never changed. The Daily Prophet was anything but a reliable news source, but this. There was no way it was fake. We believe the most outrageous and absurd things because they are too absurd to be a lie. He heard Magnus comment. When do you suppose the paper will answer? He heard Snape ask. Harry tossed it aside. A coup, with Mom as the leader. He asked, pressing his hand to his scar. You should read the paper again if you find it unclear. Snape chided. Harry shook his head. Is there any way to confirm this? Doubt lingered in his voice like water after rain. It has been, Harry. Your mother has not wasted any time as minister. She has announced that the Dark Lord has returned, and declared war on him and his followers. Wizards are being drafted into a new army for the war effort, and every potioneer that can brew has been put to work. Hogwarts has been put under lockdown, and defense against the dark arts is now half of our schedule. Snape explained. The way he spoke, he could have been talking about the options for dinner. What? When? Harry gasped. Just now. The ministry has passed an order. If I were to guess, this will be the last you hear from your mother in a while now. Snape said, handing him an owl letter. Harry scrambled to open it. Dear Harry, Mommy is Minister of Magic now, and I will be fighting a war against you-know-who. I wish that I could visit, or protect you from this, but I cannot. You are the boy who lived, and you must train to one day defeat the one who killed your father. Dumbledore's presence at Hogwarts should keep you safe from Death Eaters, but he is neither immortal or invincible, so please take care. I do not know when we can see each other again. Hopefully, this war will end. But I'm afraid it will not. Professor Snape will receive the ingredient you need to make the potion. Consider it my part of your birthday present. If all is well, maybe we can celebrate your next one together. Love, Lily. So soon. I thought he would wait. He heard Magnus mutter. What will happen to her? Harry asked. Your mother can take care of herself, Harry. She had defied the Dark Lord before and will continue to do so. If you must worry, do so about yourself. Snape said. How do you know so much? Harry asked. No response came. He grit his teeth. Why can't I ever do anything? He heard Snape laugh. You are a child, Harry. Bright enough to put those a decade your elder to shame, yes. But a child. Wait and learn, you have time. But my mother doesn't, he said. Snape sighed. None of us do, Harry. Spend a few more years and you will be like your mother, constantly being dragged one way or the other by 1,000 different duties. As minister, your mother will feel the pull of too many things. I suspect as you age you will feel the same. That wasn't what I meant. Harry grumbled. What if something happens? Do not presume you can do anything if it does. We all make decisions, but they never mean anything. Not unless you have power. Power like Dumbledore, the Dark Lord. Power like your mother has now. You are just another powerless child, he said. Harry flinched as he felt Magnus giving a nod of approval. How do I even get power? Harry heard a chuckle from Magnus as he spoke. Knowledge, magical strength, followers. There are too many ways. Harry, don't ask me. Ask me, I could tell you. Magnus. Words were ringed with something that resembled eagerness. Harry shook him off. He was always like this, thirsting after power like a man half dead in the desert. He couldn't say he was an expert in reading people, but something told him Magnus would not teach him anything good. No, his mother should be fine. She did have the entire ministry behind him. Fool, naive fool, Magnus hissed. Do you think she can win? Harry asked. Against the Dark Lord. Snape's eyes seemed to glaze over. It will depend on how he reacts, but from what I see and know, she cannot. Chapter 34. Victory is assured, Dark Lord. Potter's resistance will be futile. Lucas Malfoy said. Magnus considered the names on his new list. The Death List, as his new followers called it. Whomever entered the list would not leave until they were dead. The list had been free of names after the deaths of a few Aurors, none of which survived a week. Now, it was almost full again. Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Rufus Scrimgeour. So many Aurors, all fated to die. He Pped Lucius as he tried to write the name Lily Potter. Not the Mudblood. We will need her alive for our plans, he said. Voldemort screamed in his head again, ranting of revenge or retribution of some sort. Magnus pushed him back, deep as he could within the recesses of his mind. Magnus saw a few confused looks and sighed. His followers were fools. The woman is Dumbledore's creature, wearing a leash he is all too happy to hold. If she dies, another will wear the collar in her place, until Dumbledore takes the position of minister himself. Until then, he would be willing to put up pretenses, and blame others for his orders. Let him, it favors us, he said. He did not say the real reason, of course. That being a need to appease his fellow self. If he took a liking to the boy's mother, he could keep her. He would not concern himself with these storybook characters. He would focus on those that mattered, create a world to rule before bringing them back. But not before Dumbledore died. No, he couldn't afford such weakness. Our true enemy is and always has been the old headmaster. Kill him, and our victory is complete. Fail to do so, and the war drags on, he said, picking up the list. The plan to defeat this ministry will not be a difficult one to execute. We outnumber the ORs. Find 4 Death Eaters for every one we hunt, and have them dead by the end of the week. If the eagles refuse to leave their nest, find a few muggles to kill. That will be sufficient bait. They do not know our locations. We are safe. Magnus scanned the Death Eaters with his eyes. Any questions? He asked. How do we handle Dumbledore, Dark Lord? Lucius asked. The question on every Death Eater's mind, Magnus assumed. The old fool will not leave his precious chosen one unguarded. We can expect him to be teaching him early and never letting him out of his sight. The two will be watching chaos unfold from the safety of their castle, no need to pester them. A single man cannot hold the rebellion together. Until he moves, our concern is the ORs and the ministry. He replied. Do not fear, death itself cannot hinder us. He saw a flinch in many within the ranks. Did it bother them that much? These were men and women who could kill without blinking. Weird how they got cold feet when souls were involved. Yes, it created dementors, but why should they fear them? The creatures were well under control. Voldemort protested with a burning ferocity when he had shown the Death Eaters the ritual. None of them could perform it, but he protested nonetheless. Part of the reason, Magnus had tucked him away in his head when he had no need of him. Magnus rose from his chair. The wizarding world will be mine when this year ends. Your reward is close at hand. Show them the treaty, and kill until they agree. Not all will resist as Dumbledore will, and even he will submit once enough are dead. Go, finish your targets. I will seek out mine. Chapter 35. The minister's office was dark these days. Each report came with an ink that leaked down the parchment like spilled wine. It gathered on the desk, staining it black. The dust of the papers always rose to cover the scarce light that was there. It was difficult and gripping, almost suffocating, whenever Lily attempted to take a breath. But most terrifying was the shadow that seemed to loom over the entire building. Rufus was always with her, fetching papers when he was not standing guard. His eyes darted at every corner of the office, looking for Death Eaters in the footsteps left by stray rats. Lily rubbed her eyes. Even the words in front of her seemed to blur, and not from her lack of sleep. She had been drinking potion after potion these days, with little time to even breathe. How she wished James was here. He could stay up all day and night studying a spell to cast on Severus on their next encounter. Or maybe just flash one of his winning smiles and earn himself another companion to do all his work as he chatted about Quidditch. No, she needed to focus. The words took shape before her eyes. Lily gasped. 300. How? This wasn't the only location. All the places we have set up foe. Our training the drafted wizards have been hexed or jinxed. Boggarts in the walls, banshees in the basement. It's chaos, Lily. The Death Eaters have prepared traps. As for the ORs there, we haven't found them. He said, his voice growing quiet. Lily's blood ran cold. Do their families know? She saw him grow pale. Lily, you can't be serious. If word got out there would be a pan. Do their families know? She repeated. His silence was enough of an answer for her. We can't cover up our failings, Rufus. They may be dead and nobody else knows what happened. We cannot continue like this. We must. For the greater good, Lily. They believed Fudge because he didn't make mistakes. If they see you doing worse, Lily stood up. Fudge covered up his innumerable mistakes. I will not. I will not be like a child hiding from the headmaster's ire. If my orders are flawed, then they deserve to know. The last thing we need is 2 tyrants warring for dominance. She shouted. He seemed cowed. If that was possible. What do we do then? Lily tapped her head. Find a place, a hidden place. Connect it to the ministry building's flow network and have the recruits meet here. Regroup all ORs into 2 groups. One for investigating the Death Eaters' movements, and another for defending the ministry building. Gather all of our wizards for a meeting and have them searched for the Dark Mark at once. Any who attempt to escape will be assumed to be Death Eaters. She said. Rufus frowned. Surely you cannot suspect spies among us. If we do not do this, the ministry may be full of them. To search one but not all would be unfair. Keep reporters at the event, and require every wizard to attend, all of them. Every one of us who works at the ministry must be cleared of suspicion. Have the potioneers prepare Veritaserum, we will need it. Any who fail to attend are to be arrested. Lily said. These are drastic measures, Lily. Even Crouch would. She cut him off. I am not Crouch. But we must do this if the war could ever end. We will also need a way of removing the Imperious curse. Magical disenchanting devices are difficult to find. Normally I would never suggest such a thing, but this is not normal. Contact the goblins. Rufus. Eyes widened. The thief's downfall. They will never agree. It's not meant to be a detector for magical influence. It will be. Have wizards pass through every day to ensure they are not under the influence of the Imperious curse, and be sure to have their families as witnesses to ensure that they are not using the Polyjuice potion. Have the Aurors utilize the Fidelius charm, with Dumbledore or I as witness. Lily ordered. Rufus gaped. This has never. We are at war. Lily snapped. Am I the minister or not? Follow your orders. Rufus sighed. There will be backlash, he warned. Lily's back straightened, and her eyes became steel. But it will be done. Chapter 36. Interesting. It seems like the Mudblood is more capable than we first imagined. Magnus said. The death list laid discarded on the table. Days had passed, and very few had left it. A Fidelis charm. That could pose a few issues. We have T. Reed using invisibility charms and potions, Dark Lord. As well as Felix Filicus. But we cannot attack the Aurors unless they leave their home. However, they seem to have been traveling using the flow network. And launching a surprise attack from that point will be exceedingly difficult. Many of our agents were exposed, at the meeting or later. I fear that the Mudblood may be our strongest opponent yet. Lucas said. Magnus nodded. Indeed, she is much more capable than Fudge. Perhaps even Dumbledore. But she is a fool for taking such drastic measures. The wizarding community will not support her. She will be like a wildfire. Deadly and powerful, but quick to burn out. Pass my orders, we are to stop harassing Muggles. He said. Of course, Dark Lord. Lucius said, confusion visible on his face. But, what are we to do then? The enemy forces have grouped together. Our previous strategy of infiltrating their ranks and destroying them one by one will no longer work. We need to attack them all at once, and win. Magnus said. Lucius' voice was tinged with disbelief as he spoke. As the Dark Lord suggesting that we destroy their forces at their new training location. He asked. The Dark Lord is ordering you to do so. Magnus replied. Magnus noted several uncomfortable reactions among the Death Eaters. We have several hundred of us with the mark, and several hundred more without. Even more there are the many that we have put under the Imperious curse, and the inferi taken from the Muggle cities. Of the thousands of wizards that oppose us, many cannot conjure a proper shield charm. There will be no better opportunity to end the war. He said. Of course, he knew that many would not be eager to follow him on the attack. They would die, but those who did partake would have confirmed their loyalty. Magnus continued. We cannot wait for the Mudblood to train her troops. The time to act is now, before they learn to fight and ask the wider wizarding community for help. If they stall us long enough for the wizards of the world to arrive, we may lose. But they will not, because we will attack in 3 days, he said, his mind flooded with so many emotions at on. See that he found it difficult to keep himself alert. He felt fear, pain, joy, happiness, and so much more. It was as if his own emotions were being swept away in the tide. Make an announcement. Any who join me on the assault will be welcome to our ranks. Those who fail to do so, shall die for disloyalty. If there are those in the ministry who do not wish to die, they may flee. I will not pursue. Bellatrix. Magnus called. The crowd parted as his lieutenant came forward. Wizard's robes covered her silvery figure, terrible and beautiful at once. She was like a statue come to life, her flesh sculpted rather than alive. The only thing that was normal about her was her gait. She walked naturally, her graceful steps almost gliding over the floor. Yes, Dark Lord, she asked, her voice like a broken song. It should have been melodious, but Magnus didn't do the best job with that. Instead, it was cold and terrifying, like the sound of a broken harp string coming from a woman's lips. Go to the Daily Prophet. Go to every wizarding paper you can find. If they will not spread the word, find some means to encourage them. The Death Eaters echoed Magnus' cold, high-pitched laugh. Chapter 37. Hogwarts was in uproar. Everywhere Harry could look, papers flooded the library. The titles were different, but the content was all the same. Voldemort was back. You know who has Horcruxes. He who must not be named can resurrect the dead. The Death Eaters were loose, and a battle was looming at the Ministry of Magic. Students dropped books to pick up papers, teachers yelled and left their classrooms. Dumbledore himself was there, overlooking the chaos with his serene expression. A clamor had risen, so much so that Harry couldn't hear a word of anything being said. He saw students pointing at him, students covering their mouths, and students tripping over news articles. Belongings laid strewn on the floor in a disorderly chaos. It was as if the apocalypse itself had arrived. Owls swooped overhead in confusion, letters dropping from the ceiling but not finding their target. Angry pecks and swooping only quelled by a collection of charms and curses. Colorful light flew roughed the air like a rainbow within the library, but the storm had not ended. Howlers exploded over their heads, parents screaming 1,000 different names to stay at the school where Dumbledore would keep them safe. Normal letters of all sorts decorated the ground like collected snow. Sorting through them all would have taken Harry a whole week. Maybe even more. It was a mixture of shock and relief that Harry felt when all the papers turned to cheese. There was a stunned silence for a moment as what used to be a newspaper was replaced with a dairy product, then the shouting began again. That is, until Dumbledore spoke up. The headmaster's voice had a way of carrying across the room. It was as if he were a light in a room without electricity. All eyes turned to him as he spoke, and he never had to raise his voice to be heard. Students, return to your classrooms. The issue at hand will be dealt with, and is none of your concern. Leave, your letters will be found and given to you, he said. His words had an effect instantly. Students picked up whatever they dropped, and began leaving the room. Harry gave his silent applause. What he wouldn't give to be respected like that. He saw Snape hurry over, the students parting as he passed by. But Dumbledore reached him first. Hello there, Harry, he said. His voice was all calm serenity, as good a mask as anyone could receive. Hello, Professor, Harry said. His eyes darted around for Snape. Why had the headmaster asked for him now of all times? I've heard very much about you from Snape. Students seem to agree that you have mastered potions that most fourth years would struggle with, he said. For some reason he couldn't explain, Harry felt his blood run cold. An exaggeration, Professor, he said, quite modest for a boy so young. You are talented, Harry. Can you introduce me to your teacher? Harry's heart beat faster. Don't you already know Professor Snape and my mother? He asked. Not them, Harry. You have another, he said. I can show you where Uncle Sirius lives when I visit this Sunday. Harry offered. Not him either, Harry. Your first teacher. He was teaching you before your mother bought you a picture book. Before you used magic. I can promise that I mean no harm. His identity is secret, and that is concerning. He may have put a spell on you. Would you mind telling me about him? As he finished, Harry could feel as if something had entered his head, poking through his mind. He ran. At least, he tried to. Harry felt the world dissolve around him, his surroundings fading away like storm clouds after the rain. The kitchen was red. Harry looked up to see a dim room closed in by stone walls. A balled fist drove him half to the ground. He heard the sound of bones crunching as he heaved for breath. Pain took him, the only feeling he had. He tried to scream, but couldn't move his mouth. Harry, he heard. Useless thing. Friends, huh? Where are they now? Think they'll come and help you? Another crunch filled the air as Harry felt a kick on his shoulder. Not his shoulder, he realized. This body was too large to be his. Harry. The voice was more forceful this time. Why are you silent, huh? Think you're tough. Get back to work. Harry felt himself scream as blood spurted out from his back. Harry. He felt himself snap back to reality as his eyes met Snape's. He was shaking, and tears had filled his glowing green eyes. Inside of his head, he thought he could hear Magnus panting. His scar burned like a fire, and touching it scorched his skin. Snape's eyes were colder than a glacier. Even so, Harry would not have been surprised to see smoke emerging from it. Legilimency, Dumbledore, on a child of 4. Explain yourself. His voice was quiet, and terrifying. The child has something in his head that shouldn't be there. Dark memories of a past that does not belong to him. I suspect this is the work of, Dumbledore began. Dark magic, So you searched his mind. Without permission. Be thankful that this is not my son, or I would curse you right now. He snarled. I must examine him, to ensure no damage has been done to his mind. He finished. I dare say you've done enough. Come, Harry, Snape said, grabbing his shoulder. They left, Snape never looking back. Chapter 38. What did Dumbledore look at, Harry? Snape asked. Harry flinched. To his relief, Snape didn't press the issue. My apologies for asking then. What was that? Harry asked, raising his head. Legilimency, Harry. Dumbledore searched your mind. Most wizards need to use a spell. But not him. He was seeking memories. Whether or not it was dark magic he suspected, I am not sure. However, know that he will not do such a thing again. Be assured of that, not while I draw breath. Snape promised, a gleam of light appearing in his eye. It was cold and harsh. Frostier than a glacier. Wizards can do that. Harry sat up. Yes, Snape said. Legilimens are rare, but the art can be practiced. Few were stronger than Dumbledore in this regard. Perhaps only the Dark Lord himself. My strength pales in comparison. You can do it too. Harry took a step back. Just because I can does not mean I should, Harry. There are certain respects we must pay to someone's privacy, and there is nothing more private or personal than their mind and thoughts. What Dumbledore did was not forbidden by law, but it is discourteous and violating in the greatest possible way. More so than stripping you naked in public. Snape explained. Harry touched his scar. It no longer throbbed as much. Why did he do it then? I cannot speak for the validity of his concerns. Perhaps he has reasons, but if he does, he did not explain well enough for me to believe. He suggests dark magic, and claims to have seen implanted memories in your mind. I do not know if he had misread you. However, he will not get a chance to confirm his suspicions. Nor shall anyone else, Snape said, pushing forward a potion. Harry uncorked it, taking a breath. It smelled like peppermint and wildflowers, almost as if the fresh air of the outdoors had been bottled into one potion. Euphoria elixir, Harry guessed, taking a sip. The effect was immediate. Harry felt a sudden urge to dance and sing. His worries evaporated, and he felt as if the floor beneath him had turned into wind, carrying him up through the open sky. It felt wondrous, so much more magical than any spell. He downed the entire bottle, its effects taking hold of him like a drug. For a moment, reality was a dream. The memories he had felt faded. But then, it was gone. Is there any more? He asked, blinking the stars out of his eyes. The room seemed dim in comparison to the light he had seen after drinking. Snape shook his head. Don't ask, Harry. Drink too much of these things, fail to experience true happiness, and your life becomes an empty husk. Believe me, I've seen wizards succumb to this. A good brew for easing pain, nothing more. Quote, yes, stay away, stay away. Magnus, voice came out of nowhere, so loud that Harry almost dropped the potion. Harry cleared his head. Legilimency, is there any way to defend against it? He asked. Snape nodded. I thought you would ask. Yes, there is. It's called occlumency. Empty your mind of thoughts, emotions, suppress your memories, and legilimens cannot access your mind. Would you like to learn? Harry stood up. Yes, teach me, he said, his eyes burning with an intense fire. Snape smiled. Eagerness is good, but remember, you need to suppress your emotions. Now, try it, Harry. Empty your head. Think of nothing. Tell me, when you are ready, I will try to find what you ate for breakfast this morning. He said. Harry nodded, recalling what it was that he was trying to forget before doing his best to banish it from memory. I'm ready, he said. Snape sighed. You have much to learn, Harry. Don't think of it at all. The best way to resist is to forget. You had waffles this morning, precisely 3. Try again, with yesterday's breakfast this time. If your mother agrees, I'll teach you Legilimency too after you finish with this. Chapter 39. Lily Potter's tired eyes glazed over as she stared at the paper. Merlin's beard. An assault in the ministry. Normally she would have shouted, or yelled. But her voice came out as a croak. She drank again, the potions. Effects filling her with a short burst of strength that dwindled into nothing. It was like fanning a fire with no wood left to burn, foolish. How long had it been? Days, months, years. Lily wasn't sure. Her sense of time had slipped into the papers she passed along before she realized what was happening. Page after page now marked the last memory of order and sanity. 3478, 9 now. Had the report's number not clearly been marked by Rufus, pristine bookkeeping, she would not have remembered. Lily drank more. This time the potion felt bitter on her tongue. It tasted like water long gone bad, worn from the passage of time. She fought the urge to vomit. If she did, the potion would leave her stomach, and she could not afford to pass out. Rings of black circled her saggy eyes, which drooped with exhaustion. If James saw her now he might think that she was an inferi. But he would kiss her anyway, she hoped at least. Merlin knew she needed them. Her back was slumped in a half-asleep posture, and she saw black spots whenever she blinked. Rufus had looked majestic with his strong and unyielding face, but no longer. His golden mane was in tatters, and he gave the impression of a disheveled kitten roused too early. His back was straight, but his eyes were tired, maybe more than hers. Sleep was a distant memory to her. But at least she had not collapsed before. He needed the potions, but then, everyone did. If Voldemort is coming, we are dead, he said. He seemed too tired to think straight, but Lily didn't blame him. No sane man would speak his name, but Rufus seemed insane from the lack of sleep. Lily tried to blink herself awake only to drop deeper into her desk. Preparations. What have we prepared? She asked, her voice slurring as stars began appearing in her head. We have enough wizards to keep a constant skyshield charm. If need be, they can use stunning spells. But old be at a severe disadvantage against Death Eaters, I'm afraid. Rufus said, grabbing her shoulders and lifting her up. Authorize the use of all magic in defense against the Death Eaters. Teach our recruits the use of the unforgivable curses. Lily said, shaking herself awake. Rufus nodded with a grimace. It will be done, he said, but that may not be enough. Lily gritted her teeth. Ghtting the darkness that tried to push her consciousness into sleep. What else can we do? She asked, digging her nails into her palms. The killing curse is far more reliant on practice. The Death Eaters have the advantage in open combat. If we face them, we will probably lose. If we do manage to win, they can simply disapparate. Or Voldemort can use his dark magic to resurrect them. He said, a lie. That is a lie. Voldemort is not stronger than death. He cannot possibly be. It's a trick of dark magic, reanimation of flesh. Lily said, what if it is not? Rufus asked. Lily paused, and sighed. Then we have no hope of winning. She said, we do not, unless we can ambush them. Lily's head jerked up. Explain, she demanded. What if one of us goes to the Death Eaters? Plan. TS information and gives them intelligence on how to pass through the ministry unnoticed. Blind spots, all while under the influence of the truth serum. Lily swallowed. They would need to convince the Death Eaters. And resist the truth serum. Who could do such a thing? Moody. Rufus replied. He's a skilled occlumens, and suggested the plan. We did a test, he can resist the serum. The Death Eaters would not trust him. Lily said, unless he was under the Imperious curse. Rufus replied. Lily flinched. We cannot ask this from him. She gasped, horrified. No, we cannot. He volunteered. She opened her mouth to protest, but no sound came out. Lily slumped. If there are no other options, I suppose we have to. For the greater good, she conceded. For the greater good, he echoed. Chapter 40. Magnus followed Mad-Eye Moody's footsteps, the Death Eaters trailing him. Not his most loyal, of course, just the ones who tagged along for glory. Disloyal, but useful. Their Asha's steps were muffled by their robes as they stalked their unseen prey. The wizards of the ministry were nowhere to be found. But then, they would be dead if they were. He had to admire the wizard's willpower. Even under the Imperious curse he did not yield, and thrashed violently in his grasp. Whether he wanted to resist or simply practice his abilities was another question entirely. The higher-ups of the ministry must have thought themselves clever, sending him here. But he knew, and they would fall. The Auror's body jerked and spasmed a few times before Magnus righted him with a blast of light. He grunted before continuing, and then jerking again. He pointed his wand. Crucio. He fell, quivering as his mouth opened. No sound came out. Tears rolled down his cheeks, but no sobs. He didn't allow it. You will take us where Lily Potter is hiding, and if you resist. Another blast sent him to the ground. The wizard was pulled to his feet by a levitation charm. Lead the way, Magnus said, adding another blast for emphasis. He limped forward. Remember, none are to harm Lily Potter. We are to capture her and her guards, and use them as hostages. He said, his voice carrying so that all could hear. A few nods answered his voice. They skirted past the tall walls overlooking the halls, and the simple tiled floor. Moody opened the door to lead to the great hall. Stunning. Spells shot out of the Death Eater's wands as the wizards inside screamed. They fell to the floor, knocked out. With a few thumps, all the 50 wizards that had crowded the area had fallen. Magnus stepped through. Search for the mudblood, he ordered. A small smile crept onto his face. Now, the real challenge. Protega, Protega, Protega. He began muttering. Now, he heard a woman shout. Hundreds of stunning spells flew through the air, seeking out their targets, the Death Eaters. Amidst the chaos many fell, and several of the Death Eaters laid the heaps at the bottom of the hall. From the many stairways leading up to higher floors wizards descended, wands in hand. Lily Potter must have thought herself clever, setting up a ploy like this. Magnus supposed he could offer grudging respect, but nothing more. Robed figures began appearing, invisibility cloaks and potions being shedded as wizards and witches returned to view. Renervate, Magnus heard. Out of the small slits of his eyes he saw Moody rise again. It worked, Moody. We win. The Death Eaters are defeated. He heard her cheer. The wizards with her took up the cry, their roar loud as thunder. Moody laughed, spreading his arms. It worked indeed. Lily Potter. We are victorious. The Dark Lord is here, he said. His words were almost lost in the roar. It took some time for the cheering to die down, and Magnus sent out burns to alert the Death Eaters. The time was close. Where is he, Moody? Show us Voldemort, Lily shouted over the clamor. Magnus closed his eyes, feeling the burns in the dark mark growing stronger. So they were in position. Good. It was time. There will be no need for that. I am here, he said, his high-pitched voice drawing the attention of every wizard present. His eyes met those of Lily Potter's, and he offered a smile that could only be described as grotesque. For a moment, all was calm, just as it was supposed to be before a storm. And what a storm they would witness. Protega Diabolica, he said, waving his wand. Black fire spread in a ring around him, stunning spells evaporating as they made vain attempts to pass through. He heard screams as the Death Eaters around him rose up, the invisible charms on their backs and mouths fading away. Death Eaters, attack, he shouted. Chapter 41. Lily did not have time to scream before Voldemort took her. Her wand flew out of her hand, and she found herself being pulled into the open air. Powerful blows hammered her chest, and she found herself sticking to the roof of the building. Down below, Voldemort watched, a reptilian smile on his face. The scene was surreal, straight out of a nightmare yet too real to be a dream. The Death Eaters that should have been stunned rose to their feet, and behind her the walls exploded. Bodies poured out, mangled and rotten corpses sailing forward in a flood. They descended upon her new recruits, overwhelming them in seconds. Inferi, she realized. Voldemort's newly acquired army. Behind the Inferi, spells streaked past, killing curses tearing through her ranks in seconds. Her gaze swung to Moody, at least, what used to be Moody. He was changing, his skin becoming pale and gray hair becoming straw blonde. His once mangled face smoothed, and his olden features became young. That face, she knew it. It was Barty Crouch Jr. But that was impossible, unless Polyjuice Potion, she realized. The thief's downfall removed disguising spells, but not the potion. The potion had no spell. They had been set up, Lily realized with a chill. This was all planned, by Voldemort himself, if she were to guess. But Moody, he was dead, there was no other explanation. Crouch had taken his place, but when? After Azkaban, he had been with Rufus to announce Vold of course. He switched then. With no family to notice differences in his already erratic personality, nobody would have suspected. Lily cursed herself. The ambush was not her work. No, it was Voldemort's. She had thought herself the hunter, only to realize too late that she was the prey. And the fool, the greatest fool. She watched as the Aurors were struck down, killed by flashes of green light as Death Eaters converged on the Great Hall from all sides. The walls began crumbling, the very roof of the building teetering on collapse. Inferi swarmed mindlessly, pushing wizards and zombies alike into the shadowy black flames surrounding Voldemort. It was a slaughter. Wizards burned, screamed, and died. Some had corpses left behind, but not most. Most were killed, burned away or torn into thousands of pieces by the Inferi. How had the creatures got in? Only the Aurors knew. Lily cursed herself again. Of course Crouch knew. He was impersonating Moody this whole time. Flow powder, unguarded positions. Crouch had had them all. He had acted the part too, taking multiple Cruciatus curses. He had fooled them all, and she was witnessing the consequences. Lily had to admit Voldemort far outplayed her. How long had he been setting up this trap? From the beginning, all the wizards against him in one place, and with a path cleared straight into the heart of the Ministry. A chance to confirm who his allies were. He had outmaneuvered Lily, who sought to encircle him and was encircled in turn. She opened her mouth to cry, to scream, but no sound came out. The Aurors were all gathered here to take him down, and they were all going to die. She saw Rufus, valiantly casting jets of flame against the Inferi. Kingsley, watching his back with shield charms. But it was useless. Killing curses were their fate. Surrender. You do not have to die. Surrender, and my Death Eaters will not harm you. Surrender and submit, or you shall perish. Voldemort's voice. In her head, Lily realized. In everyone's head. It wasn't too long before wands began dropping. It was just one at first, then another. The rest followed. With the Aurors dead, morale had broken. Lily was pinned up against a wall, and all she could offer were tears. She had gotten them into this, and she had caused their loss. She wished she could do something, be strong. But she couldn't. Nobody else could either. Voldemort laughed, cold and chilling. It was the sound of hopelessness, of despair. The bells of death ringing after the end of a plague. He waved his hand, and vanished into the air. The wizards beneath her looked up in terror as the Death Eaters faded. The roof trembled, and she heard wood cracking with a groan. No, Lily thought, no, but her thoughts were no use. The last thing she remembered before it all went black was the screaming. And the roar of the crumbling roof. Chapter 42, Finally Awake. So it's true then, they made a mudblood minister. And I thought the ministry couldn't sink lower. A voice came, almost dripping with contempt. She felt spit land on her face. Lily opened her eyes, finding herself face to face with Lucius Malfoy. You, she shouted, trying to lunge. Ropes that had wrapped around her arms restrained her, and only then did she realize she was tied to a chair. Her hands were behind it, and her wand was nowhere in sight. Now, play nice will you? You were in no condition to fight. And your comrades are all dead. Yes, that's right, the Aurors are all dead. Every last one of them. They wouldn't surrender, but that didn't change anything, did it? He asked. Lily did, not know if she should feel prideful or horrified. I will not submit, not while I am still breathing. You would have my corpse before you have my loyalty. She yelled. He raised an eyebrow. That can be arranged. Admirable sentiments, I must say, but I will be needing your signature for a treaty. Now, shall we? Paper slid under her vision. Horror was an understatement to what she felt when she saw the contents. No, I refuse, she cried. It was a letter of resignation, with Lucius Malfoy as a replacement. Death Eaters ruling, only Merlin knows what they would do to the Muggle-borns. Quote, did you ever truly believe you fools stood a chance against the Dark Lord? He has conquered death itself. The only reason we are asking for your submission is because he would like more wizards to rule. Even mudblood wizards are wizards after all. He sneered at this. They will live, like all servants should. The Dark Lord was right when he said that they shouldn't go to waste. Wouldn't it be a shame if they all died? Lily's blood ran cold. Maybe it was a bluff, but she believed it. Voldemort was as heartless as a man could be, maybe too heartless to be called a man any longer. You'll enslave them. I won't allow it. I will not. He laughed at this. Enslave? No, no, Potter. Would you enslave your fish, your dog? They have been given too much, that is all. We will just be putting them back in their rightful place. But as condolences to you, we could offer the same rights purebloods receive. Just you, Potter, and nobody else. What do you say? He asked. Never. She spat. I thought so. The Dark Lord never counted on buying you with that, though we had to make sure. Kill me, Lily said, her heart lurching. Oh, Harry, he was only a child. How she had wished she had been with him more, been a better mother. Would James be happy to see her? What would her poor son do? Kill me. I will never surrender. He snorted. Your life means nothing, Potter. But the Dark Lord had an idea. From his pocket, he took out a batch of leaves. Mandrake leaves. No, Lily gasped. But there was no doubt who those leaves belonged to. Tiny marks, tooth bites from a child's teeth. Malfoy fetched another item, and Lily's heart sank. A black wand, long and sturdy wood. Severus, wand. You're probably wondering why no help arrived from Hogwarts. Well, they had their own issues to deal with. Oh, he fought hard, Snape did. He was with the boy, but he's resting now. Don't worry, they aren't dead. Yet, he said. The unspoken threat hung in the air like a noose. I can add their lives to this signature. Along with whoever else we capture. Bellatrix has not returned yet, but will soon. Would you like to wait? I must say that I cannot guarantee the avoidance of any accidents. He said. His laugh rolled over her like a tide. Dumbledore is there. He will save them both. He will stop them. Lily whispered. Lucius Malfoy laughed louder. Chapter 43. Very good, Harry. Again. Legilimens. No, not like that. Your emotions flared up. Is something wrong? Snape asked. Harry tapped his head. The owls. Why aren't they here yet? He asked, touching his scar. The pain flared, brighter than ever. He closed his eyes as they brightened. Magnus took control, and hid his glowing green eyes with his hands. Voldemort announced that the battle would be today. It's late noon by now. Shouldn't the owls be arriving? Snape gave a small smile. A smile a father gave to a naive child. Don't worry about it so much, Harry. It could have been a bluff, or a scare tactic. Those who rule do so using fear. And none are more practiced than the Dark Lord. He said. Harry shook his head. No, that doesn't make sense. If he wanted to, he could just kill the wizards of the Ministry to send a message. It's almost as if he wanted his opponents all in one place. He realized. He saw Snape stiffen. And why would the Dark Lord be in need of such a thing? If his enemies are in one place, they can't defend everywhere else. Voldemort doesn't make empty threats. He never did in the Wizarding War and should not start now without reason. He would attack unless he had a reason. A better target, Snape said, his eyes widening. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. With him he could force the current Minister of Magic to make any concessions, holding T. He future of the wizarding world in his hands. Harry Potter, who was destined to defeat him. The only son of Lily Potter, who once defeated him. Where is Dumbledore? They said at the same time. Snape stood up. Follow me, Harry. We must see him immediately. As if answering him, a voice boomed throughout the school. Attention, students and teachers of Hogwarts. The school is under attack by Death Eaters. Please remain calm, and retreat into your common rooms. Dumbledore's voice came. A voice amplifying spell, no doubt. A strong one. Snape grasped his wand. Follow me, Harry. We need to get to the common room. Would you like an escort? A voice came, soft yet terrifying. It sounded like a harp after being broken, a sad, echoing scream of snapping strings. A woman walked in, but maybe woman wasn't a fitting name for the thing, whatever it was. Its body was silver, carved elaborately like some statue. Her face seemed like ivory, and her eyes were marble. But there was emotion on that face. A silent laugh of mocking and derision that was all too real. Impossible. You're dead, Bellatrix, Snape whispered. She laughed, her voice sounding like glass breaking. Darling, you have no idea what's possible. The Dark Lord has returned me from the grave. Now, would you be a dear and hand over young Harry, was it? The Dark Lord would like to have him. Maybe bring him yourself. I do imagine you would like to be a Death Eater, no? Snape muttered something under his breath. In a fluid motion, he lowered his wand. Bellatrix laughed again, making Harry want to cover his ears. She stepped forward, her face twisting into a grin. Oh, what was that? I'm afraid I didn't hear. Her face became blank. It happened in a split second, so quick Harry could barely understand what was happening. She jerked once, then froze. Imperious curse. Professor Snape. That's illegal, highly illegal. Harry shouted. Who are the rest of the Death Eaters with you? Snape asked. He gave no sign of hearing him. Rodolphus, Antonin, Augustus. Bellatrix seemed to awaken for a brief second. Snape tilted his head. Is that all? He asked. Bellatrix muttered something under her breath. Snape's eyes narrowed. Answer me. Is that all? Her eyes glazed over, and her muttering became louder. Snape walked forward, pointing his wand. X. His mouth froze. He jumped back, pushing Harry to the ground as a killing curse flashed by. Bellatrix snarled, her wand raised in the air. Well, look what we have here. Severus Snape, risking his neck for the son of his childhood bully. Who could have guessed? Harry gulped as she saw Snape's eyes. They bore none of the pain or awkwardness of the day he had seen him break down in front of Lily. They were dark, covered in shadows that seemed to siphon the heat from the air. Not me, he admitted, raising his wand. She spat on the ground in front of him. It's the mudblood bitch again, isn't it? Do you find her more erotic now that she's spread her legs for the boy's father? The emotions seemed to drain away into the air as Snape looked on with a silent glare. If looks could kill, Bellatrix would have died 100 times over. But there was no rage in those eyes, only a wordless promise of death. Willing to die for her. How chivalrous. You were really twice the fool we all believed. If you had half a brain you would have brewed a love potion for her already. Less work and more willingness, now wouldn't that benefit us all? She mocked. Snape's face was the mask of death itself. Light began running up his wand. Chapter 44. The room lit up as Snape cast his spells. Green light headed straight for Bellatrix's head, and she conjured up a wall, blocking it. Oh, is this how you duel now? I see you still remember how to cast the spells. Snape blasted it down with a powerful jet of light, and followed with more spells. The air seemed like a whirling, flying rainbow, too fast for Harry's eyes to track. Harry saw Bellatrix waving her wand in frustration, trying to cast a spell but failing. A shield charm appeared as Snape's spells drew near. So close, yet so far. Do you think your readings will stop me? They will come soon. You can fight me, can you fight us all? She dodged another killing curse. Snape waved his wand to his back, and the desks began flying. Cabinets of potions exploded in the air, staining the ground hundreds of different shades of every type of color. They mixed, forming a puddle of blackish glue. They rushed towards Bellatrix, who pushed them away with a shriek. Bellatrix turned back to retreat, but Harry saw Snape wave his wand, and black fire appeared, blocking her escape. Her movements became more frantic. The Dark Lord trained me himself. You cannot defeat me. Even if I fall I shall rise again, she said, her wand waving in one motion after another. The black fire receded, but just as she stepped back it appeared again. Snape pointed his wand above her head, and the roof collapsed with an explosion. Dust and wood rained down on her head, and midair they transformed into spikes. Bellatrix howled as they pierced her body, streaks of red appearing over her clothes. You'll pay, she promised, throwing more spells. Or trying to. Snape waved his wand, and whenever a spell formed it fizzled out. The spikes began growing, each lying into the air before puffing up like balloons being blown. The steel squeezed Bellatrix, locking around her body as she shrieked. The spikes caught fire. Bellatrix screamed, her silver skin melting as fire both red and black singed her clothes and skin. It began melting, her body dripping like wax before a strong fire. Her features distorted, and her white face became ashen black. The screaming was cut short as Snape waved his wand, and her lower jaw dropped. Her teeth were severed, and her tongue sliced in half. It hit the stone floor with a sickening clunk. More potions flew through the air, some heading towards Snape while others exploded before Bellatrix. Warts spread over her face. Her hair fell out. Her eyes turned into sludge as her body convulsed, violent choking lost in the hiss of the potion mixes. Then, everything exploded. The dungeon was set alight with a violet flame as potion mixes catapulted through the air. Stained glass flew over Harry's head like shrapnel from a mortar, and Snape watched with indifference as they bounced off his shields. In an amazing feat of vitality, Bellatrix looked up with sightless eyes, somehow still alive. Snape raised his wand, to finish her off, he supposed. But before he could, her body flew back into the wall, and his spell hit nothing. Snape stumbled back as the ground exploded beneath his feet. His legs were gone, Harry realized. Snape's robes were burning with fire to the thighs, and where his knee should be only a stump remained. Robed wizards entered, all holding a wand. "So, this is the boy who lived. Take him," one ordered, but before their spells hit him the potion did. Wisps of silver smoke curled around Harry, and he could see his body and clothes dissipating as they drew near. He looked down to find only empty air. Invisibility. One Death Eater only had time to curse before he was decapitated by a vicious blow to the neck. Snape, it seems, had not given up. Despite what should only be described as unbearable pain, he still fought. It was as if his legs were still there, and he had only decided to sit down. His midsection burned, but not as bright as his eyes. They were gleaming with murderous hatred. He heard the Death Eater's curse. "Search for the boy, surround the traitor," he called. Snape responded with a spell. His attacks were relentless, cutting down one Death Eater after another. None of them were as skilled as Bellatrix, nor half as terrifying as Snape. He must have killed half a dozen before they surrounded him, and the red light stunned him. Harry opened his mouth but didn't cry out. No, he couldn't expose himself like that. His eyes searched frantically for a wand. Any wand. He needed to fight. In the midst of the black sludge puddle, Bellatrix's wand was gripped in her hand, even in her state. His eyes drifted to Snape's. Better, maybe, but the Death Eaters were looking for him. No, he needed to go where they didn't expect. Gritting his teeth, he dove for Bellatrix. It was terrible. His feet burned when touching the sludge, and what seemed like 1,000 needles pricked at his skin. But he continued, walking through the violent flames to seize her wand. It was hot, probably more than an open flame. But as his eyes glowed green, Harry found it wasn't so bad. Just a burn. He grabbed Bellatrix's hands and plunged it into the fire. If she could have, Harry had no doubt that she would have screamed. If he were in control of his own body, he probably would have too. His hands were charred black by then, but he pried the wand free. Turning around, he faced the Death Eaters. "Avada Kedavra," Harry shouted. Chapter 45. "Oh, you foolish woman. Did you really think we wouldn't consider the old fool?" Lucius asked. Lily swallowed. They could not have defeated him. No, they could not. She refused to believe it. "He will capture your Death Eaters. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. Harry will be." Lucius cut her off with a chuckle. "Bring the boy," he ordered. Lily gasped as the door opened. The room was dark before, so dark that she could barely see her surroundings. She finally saw where she was. The Auror's office. The head Auror's room, specifically. The papers and reports of Death Eaters still laid there, strewn across every table and the floor. But it was Harry that drew her attention. The black hair, green eyes. It couldn't be, but it was. How could a mother not know the face of her son? He was sleeping, or stunned. That much she was thankful for. Oh, what would she do? What could she do? You're probably wondering how we managed to catch him. The Ministry attack was a diversion. A trap for Dumbledore. Did you really think the Dark Lord would come himself to deal with you imbeciles? Don't flatter yourself. The old coot was clever though. I'll give him that. He caught himself in his own mistake halfway and hurried back to his castle. Lucius' ugly grin split his face. But when he got back it was too late. The fool actually went to save the children first. Children, wizards and witches still in training instead of the boy who lived. To think there were those of us who questioned the Dark Lord when he ordered hostages be taken. Oh, he saved them, of course. The Death Eaters were no match for him, much as I hate to admit it. But by then we had already taken your son here. He sneered, raising his wand. Harry snapped awake. His eyes were cloudy and confused. He focused on her as soon as he saw her though. "Mommy," he asked. "Mommy, it's the Death Eaters. Run," he screamed, struggling against his bonds. How she wanted to take him and run. But of course, wishes changed nothing. Lily's scream died in her throat as she felt the cold. It was as if the warmth had been sucked out of the air. Dementors came, robed spirits gliding across the fallen papers of the office as they hissed. Lily felt numb as memories flashed through her head. It was Harry, crying for her in the fire. James, falling as Voldemort struck him down. It took too long for her to find her voice again. "No, no, please, he's just a child. A child, please, let him go. Don't do this," she begged, tears streaming down her face. Now, don't get hasty here. We're not handing him over to the Dementors. That will be for later. Until then, Crucio." Harry's eyes began glowing as his body spasmed. Lily watched in horror as his body jerked, his eyes full of pain. He gritted his teeth, but he didn't cry out. Not for her, not for Mercy. But she felt no pride in the moment, only despair. Lucius frowned. "Not ordinary, I'll admit that. The boy took down 5 of us with killing curses. We needed an entire circle to find and subdue him. Seems like his capacity to resist torture is no less impressive. But we can't have that, can we? 5 Death Eaters, Harry. That couldn't be true." But she believed him, every word of it. Seeing the boy who struggled against his bindings right now, fighting the Cruciatus curse. Lily knew he was anything but ordinary. As if she didn't know already. Another ray of light flashed, and Harry's eyes widened. Silent tears began dripping down his face, and his mouth opened to cry out. But no sound came out. Lucius frowned. "Well, let's see if his teacher has any of his fortitude, shall we?" At his words, another body was dragged out. Lily found herself too hoarse to scream. The body belonged to Severus. His face was marred with scars, too numerous for her to count. Where his lower body should have been a clean slice had cut him. It was too clean to be magical. A knife. The thought made her want to vomit. He stirred as Lucius pointed his wand, croaking something she couldn't hear. He choked, and only then did she realize he had no strength left to scream. It was the Cruciatus curse, again. It appears that my old friend retains his tolerance for pain. But then, using that was never the plan. He waved at the Dementors. "No, no," Lily gasped. "Please, I'll sign right now." Lucius curled his lip. "Will you now? That's good. But these two, they killed Death Eaters. The Dark Lord doesn't want them dead. But some punishment won't hurt. Well, they won't scar. But they will hurt. A lot." Lily didn't know what was more haunting. The rattling laughs of the Dementors, or the ecstatic one of Lucius Malfoy. Chapter 46. Harry. He stirred. "Harry." The voice came again. Harry. Where was he? Everything was black. He was floating, sailing through endless darkness. What was that besides him? He opened his eyes. The world exploded in color. He was sitting atop a green plain beneath the blue sky. The sun smiled down from above, and a soft breeze was blowing on his shoulders. Blades of grass rippled as the wind passed, and the sunlight lit the grass gold. Was it a dream? But this couldn't be. Everything was so lifelike, so real. Nothing was there in this world to keep him company. Nothing, except himself. No, that wasn't true. There was something, someone there, but he couldn't see it, or him. Magnus, Harry realized. He looked down. Around his small, childlike hands larger ones appeared. They were a part of him. Yet, not part of him. Those hands were adult hands, flexing whenever he flexed and moving whenever he moved. They were transparent, almost ghostly. Through them he could see his own. As his eyes traveled down further he saw a body, complete with arms and legs. They were injured. Where healthy skin should have been, the arms were charred and bleeding. Wounds riddled the mangled flesh. It was leaking something silvery and ethereal, flowing away like smoke. It wrapped around him, obscuring his vision of the plains. His world changed. The colors swirled, distorted, and came to life once more. He was sitting at a table, a book in his hand. Curious, Harry tried to turn the pages. But he found that he couldn't. The words were clear in his head. With some amazement he found that he understood what was happening. It was a chapter that he never read, yet remembered. Even the thoughts were there, excitement and anticipation that was not his own. It was as if he were a different person, Harry realized. None of these memories belonged to him. No, these came from another mind. But how? What happened? He tried focusing on the book. Vernon Dursley, Petunia Dursley, Harry Potter. What was this? The book was snatched out of his hand. Harry looked up to see a man towering over him. He was tall, impossibly tall. So many times his size and with arms packed with muscle. Harry felt something churn in his stomach. He didn't know this man, but he did. How? What did I say about reading those things, brat? He asked. Harry felt his lip shaking. He tried to steel his nerves as Magnus had taught, to no effect. His body wasn't responding. A slap landed across his face. Harry stumbled back, the attack burning his cheek. Useless thing. Can't even remember. Well, need some reminders, do you? A punch landed square in his face. Harry screamed, and another slap followed. Stop. Give it back, he shouted. The room went silent. The man looked at him. Give it back, you say. Harry's heart sank as he realized what was about to happen. He shouldn't have known, but for some reason he couldn't explain, he knew. The book began ripping apart. The man pried at the pages, crushing the contents. The words blurred, and the bindings broke apart as he clasped his hands together. A ripping sound filled the air, and he tossed the book at him. It bounced off his head, a jumbled mess of paper. There, he said. Harry clawed at the book, but he didn't need to look twice to know that it couldn't be read anymore. He trembled, and a rage boiled inside of him. In his mind more memories began playing. Memories of being beaten, cursed at, and hit. It all vanished, and a calm replaced it. The rage was still there, but no longer boiling. It was intense and hot, like a wildfire burning through a rainforest. Without realizing what he was doing he walked forward, balled his fist, and struck. Harry had aimed high. He wasn't tall enough to reach the head, but he did hit the stomach. The man reeled back, and Harry did too. His hands shook with fear, uncertainty, shock, and so much more he couldn't even begin to describe. But all that was gone as the man glared at him. Fear gripped him, an icy touch that cooled his anger and froze it. Whatever fire and defiance he had mustered sputtered out as his chest heaved for air. The man stepped forward, learned how to fight back. Harry stepped back, barely keeping himself from falling. He walked forward, his knuckles cracking as he balled his fist. Harry braced himself, but the strike never landed. The vision shattered, memories flying away and rearranging themselves as Harry's head spun circles. He arrived before a mirror, disoriented and confused. His eyes were black, and swollen purple with bruises. Blood dripped down his face, pooling on the ground beneath him. His hair was disheveled, and his chest was battered. Red welts were everywhere along his arms, and blood stained his cheap clothes. Harry looked at the boy in the mirror. No older than 10 or 11. His face was a nightmare of wounds, all from fist strikes. Had they not been there, maybe he would have been called handsome, but of course they were there. His hair was a sandy blonde, and his eyes were blue. A cold, icy blue that spoke of far too many years without warmth or kindness. As he looked on, a name came to mind. He should have known, but didn't. His hand reached out to touch his own reflection. Magnus, Harry whispered. Chapter 47. Oh, Severus, I can't thank you enough. Lily said, wrapping her arms around him. Watch it, he's regrowing his legs. Don't you disturb him, she heard a nurse yell. Lily shrunk back with a guilty smile. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. He looked up at her. I'm fine, Lily snorted. Of course he was. If his smile was any wider the nurses would have to find him a new face. He probably did enjoy himself there, and was trying to hide it too. But she didn't mind. How's Harry? He asked, trying to sit up. Lily yelped. No, sit. You'll mess up the healing process. She pushed him back down. Take care of yourself, Severus. You need to recover, she added. If it were in any other situation, Lily might have reconsidered her position. She was leaning over Severus, their lips almost touching. Harry is fine. The boy has a strong mind. The healers say he will recover. A voice came. Severus tensed. Sirius walked into the room. Lines of worry were visible on his face. You're fine then. I had thought the Death Eaters, forget it. He sat down in a chair next to the hospital bed. Lily's gaze swung from one man to another. She bit her lip, not knowing what to expect. To her surprise, no spells were thrown. No insults either. She let out a breath she had been holding for quite some time. Sirius was staring at Harry. Her son was muttering something under his breath, hands covering his face. Lily smiled. He was fine, thank Merlin. She turned back to Severus. His face was guarded now, just like she had remembered. Whenever James entered the room he looked like that, tense and ready for a duel. She sighed. More talking with him would have to wait. Trying to talk to him with his guard up is like trying to talk to a wall. Maybe she could invite him over for dinner sometime and talk about Harry's potion lessons. Or maybe, no. Lily's face flushed at the thought. No, no, no. What was she thinking? The weeks of being minister must have gotten to her head. She was just tired, just tired. The very thought of betraying James, soiling his memory. No matter how place. No. Lily forced herself to not think of it. She would not. But a treacherous voice inside her head began singing, all the childhood memories coming back. Sirius spoke up. Thank Merlin for that. What's he saying? Lily moved over to his bed. Harry was squirming now, kicking at the covers and thrashing. No, no, stop, please. Stop, stop, stop. The last word became a cross between a scream and a wail. His body began jerking and spasming, just as it had when, oh no. Lily rushed to his side, shaking him. Harry, Harry, she asked. What's happening? Sirius asked, his face pale. Lily bit her lip. The Death Eaters didn't just leave him after I signed. They tortured him. She saw his eyes flash. They what? He growled. They used the Cruciatus curse on him. Then they sent Dementors. And, her voice trailed off. I couldn't do anything. They made me watch. She whispered, a lone tear falling from her cheek. Sirius had the eyes of a madman. His face was twisted in fury. Lily could almost feel the heat in the room rise as he spoke through gritted teeth. They will pay, all of them. He spat. They will. She heard from behind her. Severus had helped himself up. And the determination in his voice wasn't overshadowed by Sirius at all. The two men met gazes, and something passed between them. Lily couldn't believe her ears. Sirius and Severus, agreeing. Was this a dream? The silence stretched, neither man lowering his gaze. Until Harry rose. Lily was the first to arrive at his side as he spoke. Mom. Nothing more. He was normal, and sane, from what she could tell. Is it over? Lily hugged her as tight as she ever had. Yes, Harry, it is. This will not happen again, I promise. Never. She saw him look up at her, a terrible and alien expression crossing his face. It was as if he had put on a mask of marble. His scar came to life, green light streaking down his face like a striking serpent. His eyes glowed, brilliant as a flame. They seemed like lights, so bright that she could not see his pupils. No, he said, his voice cold and unshakable as a mountain. Lily felt a shiver as he finished. It will not. Chapter 48. What about the mandrake leaves? When did you add them? Sirius asked. Exactly when I should have. Harry replied with a sigh. He sat on the grass of the Grimmauld Place garden. Snape is the potions master, not me. How am I supposed to know if I made a mistake? Then have him check again. Sirius recommended. He did check, over a dozen times now. Believe me, Uncle Sirius, Professor Snape cares as much for my safety as you do. This will be fine, just tell me when to drink the potions. Harry said. Sirius looked miffed. Just making sure, he muttered. You can drink it whenever you like. Norma, LLY you would have to envision the creature you are transforming into, but that issue is solved with your dragon's fang. Harry looked at the potion. Really? He asked. I'm ready when you are. He would be lying to say he wasn't excited. But suffice it to say, the transformation was like nothing he imagined. His insides turned to fire. The pain was intense, like a mountain of burning stones crashing down on him at once. His bones compressed and morphed, and reptilian scales began forming on his body. He felt as if his skin was being ripped, torn to pieces before being remade. His flesh expanded, and he felt as if his body had been blown up like a balloon. His senses sharpened, and everything suddenly felt smaller. Harry's head cleared. Everything seemed so different. Trees that had seemed so large before now looked like toothpicks. He towered over the roof of Grimmauld Place, and the mansion seemed like a toy at the store. His wings were massive, several times his already large body size. As he flexed them, a gale rose, and trees parted for his leathery black wings. It wasn't part of the plan, but as he rose to his full height, Harry let out an earth-shaking roar. It was a majestic sound, like 1,000 tigers crying out like once. It was deep, rumbling, and for anyone else, terrifying. Harry felt more alive than he ever had. His eyes saw more than they ever did. He could pick out the tiny details of leaves from miles away. He could see the ruffled feathers on the back of any bird that flew past. Be it a rat's step on the forest floor or the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. He could hear them clearly. The smells, too. It was as if he were in a kitchen with 100 dishes being cooked at once, so many exotic and new things he had never smelled before were now there. More than anything, he felt strong and powerful. His muscles tensed with every step he made. His stamina seemed endless, as if he could run, or fly, 1,000 miles and never be tired. His scales were hardened, so strong he could not imagine ever being hurt. As he took off, he roared once more. A jet of flame followed, hot and scorching. Harry, he heard Sirius call from far below. It was a mere whisper to his roar, but he could tell from the strain that he was shouting at the top of his lungs. Harry lowered his head. He was so much larger than Sirius, his mouth large enough to fit elephants inside. He opened his mouth to speak, but what came out was another roar. He heard Sirius chuckle. "Don't worry, Harry, speaking is an issue for everyone. I'm not even sure it's possible for dragons. Let's test your abilities, shall we? Fly." Harry spread his wings, feeling a sense of elation as he took off, leaving the world behind for the freedom of the skies above. Chapter 49. Today? Harry asked. "Yes, today, Harry," Sirius said. "You know he will not rest until both you and Dumbledore are in the darkness of a grave. You will need a teacher, and none of us can teach quite like Dumbledore could. The Dark Lord's influence is being stretched across the continent, and you are the only one with hope of opposing him. The hope of the wizarding world rests upon your shoulders, Harry. You must go." Harry turned around to look at Dumbledore. "What will I be learning?" he asked. He stared into his eyes, ignoring the probing that was now entering his mind once more. He never gave up, it seemed. But it would not be Harry who would be read this time. Dumbledore's attempted read failed, no doubt finding the empty void that Harry had presented. Many things, Harry. Knowledge that all wizards should know, and knowledge that most wizards would not. How to fight against the forces of Voldemort. How to one day defeat him. He said. If Harry's occlumency surprised him, he did not show it. He began walking, heading off into the forest. Harry followed. "Wait," Sirius called. Harry turned back as a familiar figure drew close. "You'll need someone to look after you while at Hogwarts. I saw you play with the elf a few months ago. Would you like to keep him?" As he finished, Harry saw a creature arrive, still dressed in a tablecloth like always. But there was something in his eyes that caught Harry's attention. A thin ray of hope, bright as the sun. "Creature," Harry called, "I'll be going to Hogwarts. Would you like to go with me?" he asked. Such a simple question, but Creature looked as if he had been offered a fortune in gold. "Of course. Yes, Creature will go." "Creature will. When are we leaving?" he asked. Dumbledore spoke up. "Go to Hogwarts, Creature. I will be taking young Harry here for a walk before we go. We will see you there," he said. Creature nodded. Of course. Creature will go." Creature poof. He disappeared with a puff of smoke. Harry blinked. Sirius had his mouth open. Harry gave a wave as he followed Dumbledore. Sirius waved back, a smile replacing his shocked expression. "Goodbye, Harry," he called. Harry returned his goodbyes, and kept on waving until he passed out of sight. "When did you learn occlumency?" Dumbledore asked. "A few weeks ago, Professor Snape taught me. But that wasn't all." Harry looked into his eyes again. Those twinkling blue eyes. Dumbledore was caught off guard, so it wasn't much of a challenge. Still, his chest swelled as he read the headmaster's thoughts. "Well, not so much thoughts as images. For a moment he saw the world through Dumbledore's eyes. A clearing. Beneath a vast forest with a single boy standing before him. The boy was a child, almost 5 but not quite. There was a peculiar glow in his eyes, speaking of maturity beyond his years. A strong boy, already more powerful than most wizards. A match for any Auror. As he stared, the image began shifting, the boy's emerald green eyes becoming ruby red. Still handsome, but his features changed. He became taller, posture confident and face masked in a grin. Voldemort, but not quite. A name floated into his head. Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The image blurred, and he was Harry Potter again. Harry felt a snap as he was driven out of Dumbledore's mind, and the elder wizard stared at him. Has Anion taught you that spying on another's mind without permission is an invasion of privacy? He asked. Harry smiled. Yes, of course. You, Professor, he replied. Dumbledore chuckled at the comment. I suppose I wasn't the best of examples. Though I must ask, what are you? Harry's expression became emotionless. His eyes began glowing again, the bright green shining through his pupils. What am I, who I am, is a question for you to answer, old man. I do not know how I came here, only that I am here. Dumbledore stared at him with an intense glare. Harry finally saw the full power of those eyes. That old and weathered face had no smile for him. His eyes bore no twinkle, but seemed to freeze Harry as he met his gaze. Dumbledore's power seemed to radiate off of him in waves, an aura Harry could not match. Who you are is of no importance. Dumbledore decided. I do not know what you have done with the boy, but he is a boy no longer. I only ask you to join me, to fight Voldemort. His voice was quiet, but Harry could not have heard 1,000 trumpets more clearly. Magnus tilted his head. I am no hero, and I do not imagine myself ever being one. Dumbledore's eyebrows raised. But I must admit, I like the boy. If I must, I will defend him. Magnus continued. And the Dark Lord? Dumbledore asked. My vengeance will be on the Death Eaters. But if he gets in the way, or harms those I care for, he will die. Magnus had a voice that was flat, so filled with certainty Harry did not doubt a word of his statement. If he had promised to make him immortal on the next day with that voice, Harry would have believed him. Dumbledore gave a slow nod. That will have to be enough. He conceded. Indeed, Magnus said, a smile crossing his lips. It will be. Chapter 50. Dark Lord, we are loyal. Is such a thing necessary? Lucius asked. If you are, will it hurt to have such a precaution? Or are you perhaps afraid I will treat you unjustly? Magnus asked. It will be a rather great privilege to be able to act without the constraint of an oath. Lucius said. But if done, he began. It will be, Magnus said. Those who wish to leave may do so. None moved, not that Magnus expected them to leave. The Death Eaters had won. What would they gain by leaving aside from their deaths? Who will be first? He asked. Bellatrix stepped forward. Magnus smiled. No, Bellatrix, you will be last. Her mouth opened to speak, but Magnus finished before she could. I will need you as a witness to the vow, he said. Bellatrix flashed a pleased smile. Of course, Dark Lord, she said. Her body was still silver, but Magnus had made sure to give her a good voice this time. Her, and the others too. It echoed off the walls like a song, soft and melodious. More than unfitting for her character. But that made it pleasant to hear. Lucius, Magnus said with a grin. You go first. He hid his look of fear. 2 hands met in the space above the meeting table, and Magnus spoke. Do you, Lucius Malfoy, vow to obey the commands of the Dark Lord Voldemort to the best of your ability until your death, or release from the vow? Magnus asked. He swallowed. I do. A tongue of flame emerged from Bellatrix's wand, wrapping around their arms like a rope. More followed, tiny bindings of golden flame holding both of their arms together, tighter and tighter, until it vanished. Of the bindings, only light scars remained. Lucius flinched as if struck, and Magnus doubted it was from the pain. Go to the Ministry of Magic, Lucius. You will be the new minister. Magnus said. Next, he said, waving him off. Lucius disapparated. One by one the Death Eaters made their vows and disappeared. Magnus saw that his hand had become scarred, covered in red welts and purple bruises. But that was nothing. He turned towards Bellatrix. I require no vow from you. You are dismissed, he said. The witch dissipated with a nod. Magnus stood alone in the meeting room which should have held Death Eaters. He laughed, his high-pitched voice bouncing off the walls. An underwhelming experience, if he were to tell the truth. But what should he have expected? These were mere storybook characters, after all. There was still much for him to do. International wizarding communities could pose a threat, and then there was Dumbledore. Always there causing trouble anywhere and everywhere he walked. But for now, he would allow himself a treat. Silvery light gathered on the ground before him, forming a body like he had crafted for the other Death Eaters. The build was familiar to him. Even if the memories were so distant, it was almost like a dream. It was a dream, his dream, to finally see his father again. He was living it. The muggles laying at the floor of the meeting room had not been awakened. They never were. They were always there, available for harvest in case another Death Eater died, or worse, Magnus was drained of power. Souls were useful things, enhancing spells and resurrecting the dead. Had he not known these were storybook characters, he may have felt sorry for them. He pointed his wand. Reality faded away to a valley beneath the blue sky. A hidden place within one's mind. The soul realm, his realm. His first few targets were simple to take. A rain of fire or shadow would be enough to crush their hopes of resistance. Young or old, man or woman, it didn't matter in the least. Their wills were weak, so weak it was an insult to call them wills at all. It was amusing sometimes, how the world seemed to make an effort to make them real. A girl picking flowers by a simple farm. Two lovers kissing, beneath the shade of a tree. An old man telling his grandchildren stories atop a rocking chair by a fireplace. So many people, memories, souls. It was fascinating in a way, how storybooks brought characters to life with letters. Names were never even spoken, but they existed. Magnus could almost see them floating over the heads of the souls he was about to take. Not that he bothered to read them. Bodies jerked, and fell. Their souls were his. Magnus laughed again. Easy, too easy. He began burning them. Invisible fire ran up their newly made bodies, floating in an ethereal grace. He heard them scream, memories and personality leaking away from them like paint after being heated. Magnus watched as their identities dripped away, leaving behind only empty canvases. But he didn't need that, no. He grasped at the energy their souls had left behind, the powerful force of the void that connected worlds. The building block of human souls, of intelligence. They gathered within the body Magnus created. Only 3, not enough to last. But for what he needed to do, it was enough. Gathering 13 souls for a full resurrection could be bothersome. Besides, he couldn't risk Dumbledore finding out. No matter how well he hid them, he would find them all, and Magnus would not know what to do if he did. He saw the body jerk. So the soul had been recalled, good. He watched with some amusement as the soul rose, movement appearing on his new arms and legs. Where am I? He demanded in a gruff voice. A familiar voice. In a different universe, Father. Did you miss me? Magnus asked. Part 1 end.